How this girl from Mao's revolution turned shame into survival in a country where loyalty was everything. Even a child could be labeled an enemy. She was born into a world where silence was safety, and shame could mean death. Her grandmother had been a concubine in a warlord's court. Her mother, a devoted communist official, gave everything to the party, even her children. And she learned to bow her head, to hide her thoughts, to bury her questions deep inside. But the Cultural Revolution didn't just silence a generation, it taught them to survive by forgetting who they were. This is the story of a girl who remembered, a girl who watched her family unravel under Mao's regime and who carried their pain in secret for decades, until one day she wrote it all down. This is the video based on the book Wild Swans, Three Daughters of China, a true story of survival, memory, and rebellion in the face of tyranny. The incense is already lit, and the story is about to begin break. My name is May, and this is Silk Whispers Break. Chapter 1. 3-inch golden lilies. Concubine to a warlord general. 1909-1933. At the age of 15, my grandmother became the concubine of a warlord general, the police chief of a tenuous national government of China. The year was 1924, and China was in chaos. Much of it, including Manchuria, where my grandmother lived, was ruled by warlords. The liaison was arranged by her father, a police official in the provincial town of Yixian in southwest Manchuria, about 100 miles north of the Great Wall and 250 miles northeast of Peking. Like most towns in China, Yixian was built like a fortress. It was encircled by walls 30 feet high and 12 feet thick, dating from the Tang Dynasty, AD 618-907, surmounted by battlements dotted with 16 forts at regular intervals, and wide enough to ride a horse quite easily along the top. There were 4 gates into the city, one at each point of the compass, with outer protecting gates, and the fortifications were surrounded by a deep moat. The town's most conspicuous feature was a tall, richly decorated bell tower of dark brown stone which had originally been built in the 6th century when Buddhism had been introduced to the area. Every night the bell was rung to signal the time, and the tower also functioned as a fire and flood alarm. Yixian was a prosperous market town. The plains around produced cotton, maize, sorghum, soybeans, sesame, pears, apples, and grapes. In the grassland areas and in the hills to the west, farmers grazed sheep and cattle. My great-grandfather, Yang Rushan, was born in 1984 when the whole of China was ruled by an emperor who resided in Peking. The imperial family were Manchus who had conquered China in 1644 from Manchuria, which was their base. The Yangs were Han, ethnic Chinese, and had ventured north of the Great Wall in search of opportunity. My great-grandfather was the only son, which made him of supreme importance to his family. Only a son could perpetuate the family name without him. The family line would stop, which, to the Chinese, amounted to the greatest possible betrayal of one's ancestors. He was sent to a good school. The goal was for him to pass the examinations to become a mandarin, an official, which was the aspiration of most Chinese males at the time. Being an official brought power, and power brought money. Without power or money, no Chinese could feel safe from the depredations of officialdom or random violence. There had never been a proper legal system. Justice was arbitrary and cruelty was both institutionalized and capricious. An official with power was the law. Becoming a mandarin was the only way the child of a non-noble family could escape this cycle of injustice and fear. Yang's father had decided that his son should not follow him into the family business of felt-making, and sacrificed himself and his family to pay for his son's education. The women took in sewing for local tailors and dressmakers, toiling late into the night. To save money, they turned their oil lamps down to the absolute minimum, causing lasting damage to their eyes. The joints in their fingers became swollen from the long hours. Following the custom, my great-grandfather was married young, at 14, to a woman 6 years his senior. It was considered one of the duties of a wife to help bring up her husband. The story of his wife, my great-grandmother, was typical of millions of Chinese women of her time. She came from a family of tanners called Wu. Because her family was not an intellectual one and did not hold any official post, and because she was a girl, she was not given a name at all. Being the second daughter, she was simply called Number 2 Girl, Area 2. Her father died when she was an infant, and she was brought up by an uncle. One day, when she was 6 years old, the uncle was dining with a friend whose wife was pregnant. Over dinner, the two men agreed that if the baby was a boy, he would be married to the 6-year-old niece. The two young people never met before their wedding. In fact, falling in love was considered almost shameful. A family disgrace. Not because it was taboo. There was, after all, a venerable tradition of romantic love in China. But because young people were not supposed to be exposed to situations where such a thing could happen, partly because it was immoral for them to meet, and partly because marriage was seen above all as a duty, an arrangement between two families. With luck, one could fall in love after getting married. At 14. And having lived a very sheltered life. My great-grandfather was little more than a boy at the time of his marriage. On the first night, he did not want to go into the wedding chamber. He went to bed in his mother's room and had to be carried in to his bride after he fell asleep. But, although he was a spoiled child and still needed help to get dressed, he knew how to plant children according to his wife. My grandmother was born within a year of the wedding. On the 5th day of the 5th moon, in early summer 1909, she was in a better position than her mother, for she was actually given a name. Yufang, Yu, meaning jade, was her generation name, given to 3-inch golden lilies, all the offspring of the same generation, while Yung means fragrant flowers. The world she was born into was one of total unpredictability. The Manchu Empire, which had ruled China for over 260 years, was tottering. In 1894-95, Japan attacked China in Manchuria, with China suffering devastating defeats and loss of territory. In 9900, the nationalist Boxer Rebellion was put down by 8 foreign armies, contingents of which had stayed on, some in Manchuria and some along the Great Wall. Then, in 1945, Japan and Russia fought a major war on the plains of Manchuria. Japan's victory made it the dominant outside force in Manchuria. In 911, the 5-year-old emperor of China, Puyi, was overthrown and a republic was set up with the charismatic figure of Sun Yat-sen briefly at its head. The new republican government soon collapsed and the country broke up into fiefs. Manchuria was particularly disaffected from the republic, since the Manchu dynasty had originated there. Foreign powers, especially Japan, intensified their attempts to encroach on the area. Under all these pressures, the old institutions collapsed, resulting in a vacuum of power, morality, and authority. Many people sought to get to the top by bribing local potentates with expensive gifts like gold, silver, and jewelry. My great-grandfather was not rich enough to buy himself a lucrative position in a big city. And by the time he was 30, he had risen no higher than an official in the police station of his native Yuxian, a provincial backwater. But he had plans, and he had one valuable asset: his daughter. My grandmother was a beauty. She had an oval face, with rosy cheeks and lustrous skin. Her long, shiny black hair was woven into a thick plait reaching down to her waist. She could be demure when the occasion demanded, which was most of the time, but underneath her composed exterior she was bursting with suppressed energy. She was petite, about 5 feet 3 inches, with a slender figure and sloping shoulders, which were considered the ideal. But her greatest assets were her bound feet, called in Chinese 3-inch golden lilies, San Sun Gin Lian. This meant she walked like a tender young willow shoot in a spring breeze, as Chinese connoisseurs of women traditionally put it. The sight of a woman teetering on bound feet was supposed to have an erotic effect on men, partly because her vulnerability induced a feeling of protectiveness in the onlooker. My grandmother's feet had been bound when she was 2 years old. Her mother, who herself had bound feet, first wound a piece of white cloth about 20 feet long round her feet, bending all the toes except the big toe inward and under the sole. Then she placed a large stone on top to crush the arch. My grandmother screamed in agony and begged her to stop. Her mother had to stick a cloth into her mouth to gag her. My grandmother passed out repeatedly from the pain. The process lasted several years. Even after the bones had been broken, the feet had to be bound day and night in thick cloth, because the moment they were released, they would try to recover. For years, my grandmother lived in relentless, excruciating pain. When she pleaded with her mother to untie the bindings, her mother would weep and tell her that unbound feet would ruin her entire life, and that she was doing it for her own future happiness. In those days, when a woman was married, the first thing the bridegroom's family did was to examine her feet. Large feet, meaning normal feet, were considered to bring shame on the husband's household. The mother-in-law would lift the hem of the bride's long skirt, and if the feet were more than about 4 inches long, she would throw down the skirt in a demonstrative gesture of contempt and stalk off, leaving the bride to the critical gaze of the wedding guests, who would stare at her feet and insultingly mutter their disdain. Sometimes a mother would take pity on her daughter and remove the binding cloth. But when the child grew up and had to endure the contempt of her husband's family and the disapproval of society, she would blame her mother for having been too weak. The practice of binding feet was originally introduced about 1,000 years ago, allegedly by a concubine of the emperor. Not only was the sight of women hobbling on tiny feet considered erotic, men would also get excited playing with bound feet, which were always hidden in embroidered silk shoes. Women could not remove the binding cloths even when they were adults, as their feet would start growing again. The binding could only be loosened temporarily at night in bed, when they would put on soft-soled shoes. Men rarely saw naked bound feet, which were usually covered in rotting flesh and stank when the bindings were removed. As a child, I can remember my grandmother being in constant pain. When we came home from shopping, the first thing she would do was soak her feet in a bowl of hot water, sighing with relief as she did so. Then she would set about cutting off pieces of dead skin. The pain came not only from the broken bones, but also from her toenails, which grew into the balls of her feet. In fact, my grandmother's feet were bound just at the moment when foot binding was disappearing for good. By the time her sister was born in 1917, the practice had virtually been abandoned, so she escaped the torment. However, when my grandmother was growing up, the prevailing attitude in a small town like Ye was still that bound feet were essential for a good marriage. But they were only a start. Her father's plans were for her to be trained as either a perfect lady or a high-class courtesan, scorning the received wisdom of the time that it was virtuous for a lower-class woman to be illiterate. He sent her to a girls' school that had been set up in the town in 1905. She also learned to play Chinese chess, mahjong, and go. She studied drawing and embroidery. Her favorite design was mandarin ducks, which symbolize love, because they always swim in pairs, and she used to embroider them onto the tiny shoes she made for herself. To crown her list of accomplishments, A tutor was hired to teach her to play the keen, a musical instrument like a zither. My grandmother was considered the belle of the town. The locals said she stood out like a crane among chickens. In 1924, she was 15, and her father was growing worried that time might be running out on his only real asset and his only chance for a life of ease. In that year, General Xu Zhiheng, the Inspector General of the Metropolitan Police of the warlord government in Peking, came to pay a visit. Xu Zhiheng was born in 1876 in the county of Lulong, about 100 miles east of Peking and just south of the Great Wall, where the vast North China Plain runs up against the mountains. He was the eldest of 4 sons of a country school teacher. He was handsome and had a powerful presence, which struck all who met him. Several blind fortune-tellers who felt his face predicted he would rise to a powerful position. He was a gifted calligrapher, a talent held in high esteem, and in 1908, a warlord named Wang Huaiqing, who was visiting Lulong, noticed the fine calligraphy on a plaque over the gate of the main temple and asked to meet the man who had done it. General Wang took to the 32-year-old Xu and invited him to become his aide-de-camp. He proved extremely efficient and was soon promoted to quartermaster. This involved extensive traveling, and he started to acquire food shops of his own around Lulong and on the other side of the Great Wall in Manchuria. His rapid rise was boosted when he helped General Wang to suppress an uprising in Inner Mongolia. In almost no time he had amassed a fortune, and he designed and built for himself an 81-room mansion at Lulong. In the decade after the end of the empire, no government established authority over the bulk of the country. Powerful warlords were soon fighting for control of the central government in Peking. Shui's faction, headed by a warlord called Wu Peifu, dominated the nominal government in Peking in the early 19th. In 1911, Shui became Inspector General of the Metropolitan Police and joint head of the Public Works Department in Peking. He commanded 20 regions on both sides of the Great Wall and more than 10,000 mounted police and infantry. The police job gave him power. The public works post gave him patronage. Allegiances were fickle. In May 1923, General Xu's faction decided to get rid of the president, Li Yuanhong, whom it had installed in office only a year earlier. In league with a general called Feng Yuxiang, a Christian warlord who entered legend by baptizing his troops en masse with a fire hose, Xu mobilized his 10,000 men and surrounded the main government buildings in Peking, demanding the back pay which the bankrupt government owed his men. His real aim was to humiliate President Lei and force him out of office. Li refused to resign, so Xu ordered his men to cut off the water and electricity to the presidential palace. After a few days, conditions inside the building became unbearable, and on the night of 13 June, President Lei abandoned his malodorous residence and fled the capital for the port city of Tianjin, 70 miles to the southeast. In China, the authority of an office lay not only in its holder but in the official seals. No document was valid even if it had the president's signature on it unless it carried his seal. Knowing that no one could take over the presidency without them, President Li left the seals with one of his concubines who was convalescing in a hospital in Peking run by French missionaries. As President Li was nearing Tianjin, his train was stopped by armed police who told him to hand over the seals. At first, he refused to say where he had hidden them, but after several hours he relented. At 3 in the morning, General Xie went to the French hospital to collect the seals from the concubine. When he appeared by her bedside, the concubine at first refused even to look at him. "How can I hand over the president's seals to a mere policeman?" she said haughtily. But General Xie, resplendent in his full uniform, looked so intimidating that she soon meekly placed the seals in his hands. Over the next 4 months, used his police to make sure that the man his faction wanted to see as president, Cao Kun, would win what was billed as one of China's first elections. The 84 members of parliament had to be bribed. Yu and General Feng stationed guards on the parliament building and let it be known that there would be a handsome consideration for anyone who voted the right way, which brought many deputies scurrying back from the provinces. By the time everything was ready for the election, there were 55 members of parliament in Peking. 4 days before the election, after much bargaining, they were each given 5,000 silver yuan, a rather substantial sum. On 5 October 1923, Cao Kun was elected president of China Yu was rewarded with promotion to full general. Also promoted were 17 special advisors, all favorite mistresses or concubines of various warlords and generals. This episode has entered Chinese history as a notorious example of how an election can be manipulated. People still cite it to argue that democracy will not work in China. In early summer the following year, General Xu visited Yixian. Though it was not a large town, it was strategically important. It was about here that the writ of the Peking government began to run out. Beyond, power was in the hands of the great warlord of the Northeast, Chang Tso-lin, known as the Old Marshal. Officially, General Xu was on an inspection trip, but he also had some personal interests in the area. In Yixian, he owned the main grain stores and the biggest shops, including a pawn shop which doubled as the bank and issued its own money, which circulated in the town and the surrounding area. For my great-grandfather, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, the closest he was ever going to get to a real V. He schemed to get himself the job of escorting General Xu, and told his wife he was going to try to marry their daughter off to him. He did not ask his wife for her agreement, he merely informed her, quite apart from this being the custom of the day. My great-grandfather despised his wife. She wept but said nothing. He told her she must not breathe a word to their daughter. There was no question of consulting his daughter. Marriage was a transaction, not a matter of feelings. She would be informed when the wedding was arranged. My great-grandfather knew that his approach to General Xu had to be indirect. An explicit offer of his daughter's hand would lower her price, and there was also the possibility that he might be turned down. General Xu had to have a chance to see what he was being offered. In those days, respectable women could not be introduced to strange men, so Yang had to create an opportunity for General Xu to see his daughter. The encounter had to seem accidental. In Yixian, there was a magnificent 90-year-old Buddhist temple made of precious wood and standing about 100 feet high. It was set within an elegant precinct with rows of cypress trees, which covered an area of almost a square mile. Inside was a brightly painted wooden statue of the Buddha 30 feet high, and the interior of the temple was covered with delicate murals depicting his life. It was an obvious place for Yang to take the visiting VIP. And temples were among the few places women of good families could go on their own. My grandmother was told to go to the temple on a certain day, to show her reverence for the Buddha. She took perfumed baths, and spent long hours meditating in front of burning incense at a little shrine. To pray in the temple, she was supposed to be in a state of maximum tranquility, and to be free of all unsettling emotions. She set off in a rented horse-drawn carriage, accompanied by a maid. She wore a duck-egg blue jacket, its edges embroidered in gold thread to show off its simple lines, with butterfly buttons up the right-hand side. With this she wore a pleated pink skirt, embroidered all over with tiny flowers. Her long black hair was woven into a single plait. Peeping out at the top was a silk black-green peony, the rarest kind. She wore no makeup, but was richly scented, as was considered appropriate for a visit to a temple. Once inside, she knelt before the giant statue of the Buddha. She kowtowed several times to the wooden image, and then remained kneeling before it, her hands clasped in prayer. As she was praying, her father arrived with General Xu. The two men watched from the dark aisle. My great-grandfather had planned well. The position in which my grandmother was kneeling revealed not only her silk trousers, which were edged in gold like her jacket, but also her tiny feet in their embroidered satin shoes. When she finished praying, my grandmother kowtowed 3 times to the Buddha. As she stood up, she slightly lost her balance, which was easy to do with bound feet. She reached out to steady herself on her maid's arm. General Xu and her father had just begun to move forward. She blushed and bent her head, then turned and started to walk away, which was the right thing to do. Her father stepped forward and introduced her to the general. She curtsied, keeping her head lowered all the time. As was fitting for a man in his position, the general did not say much about the meeting to Yang, who was a rather lowly subordinate, but my great-grandfather could see he was fascinated. The next step was to engineer a more direct encounter. A couple of days later, Yang, risking bankruptcy, rented the best theater in town and put on a local opera inviting General Xu as the guest of honor. Like most Chinese theaters, it was built around a rectangular space open to the sky, with timber structures on 3 sides. The 4th side formed the stage, which was completely bare. It had no curtain and no sets. The seating area was more like a cafe than a theater in the West. The men sat at tables in the open square, eating, drinking, and talking loudly throughout the performance. To the side, higher up, was the dress circle, where the ladies sat more demurely at smaller tables with their maids standing behind them. My great-grandfather had arranged things so that his daughter was in a place where General Xu could see her easily. This time, she was much more dressed up than in the temple. She wore a heavily embroidered satin dress and jewelry in her hair. She was also displaying her natural vivacity and energy, laughing and chatting with her women friends. General Xu hardly looked at the stage. After the show, there was a traditional Chinese game called Lantern Riddles. This took place in 2 separate halls, one for the men and one for the women. In each room were dozens of elaborate paper lanterns, stuck on which were a number of riddles in verse. The person who guessed the most answers won a prize. Among the men, General Xi was the winner, naturally. Among the women, it was my grandmother. Yang had now given General Xu a chance to appreciate his daughter's beauty and her intelligence. The final qualification was artistic talent. 2 nights later, he invited the general to his house for dinner. It was a clear, warm night, with a full moon, a classic setting for listening to the keen. After dinner, the men sat on the veranda and my grandmother was summoned to play in the courtyard, sitting under a trellis, with the scent of syringa in the air. Her performance enchanted General Xu. Later, he was to tell her that her playing that evening in the moonlight had captured his heart. When my mother was born, he gave her the name Bao Ayim, which means precious. Before the evening was over, he had proposed not to my grandmother, of course, but to her father. He did not offer marriage, only that my grandmother should become his concubine. But Yang had not expected anything else. The Xu family would have arranged a marriage for the general long before on the basis of social positions. In any case, the Yangs were too humble to provide a wife. But it was expected that a man like General Xu should take concubines. Wives were not for pleasure, that was what concubines were for. Concubines might acquire considerable power, but their social status was quite different from that of a wife. A concubine was a kind of institutionalized mistress, acquired and discarded at will. The first my grandmother knew of her impending liaison was when her mother broke the news to her a few days before the event. My grandmother bent her head and wept. She hated the idea of being a concubine, but her father had already made the decision, and it was unthinkable to oppose one's parents. To question a parental decision was considered unfilial, and to be unfilial was tantamount to treason. Even if she refused to consent to her father's wishes, she would not be taken seriously. Her action would be interpreted as indicating that she wanted to stay with her parents. The only way to say no and be taken seriously was to commit suicide. My grandmother bit her lip and said nothing. In fact, there was nothing she could say. Even to say yes would be considered unladylike, as it would be taken to imply that she was eager to leave her parents. Seeing how unhappy she was, her mother started telling her that this was the best match possible. Her husband had told her about General Shu's power. In Peking, they say, when General Shu stamps his foot, the whole city shakes. In fact, my grandmother had been rather taken with the general's handsome, martial demeanor, and she had been flattered by all the admiring words he had said about her to her father, which were now elaborated and embroidered upon. None of the men in Yuxian were as impressive as the warlord general. At 15, she had no idea what being a concubine really meant, and thought she could win General Shu's love and lead a happy life. General Shui had said that she could stay in Yifan and in a house which he was going to buy especially for her. This meant she could be close to her own family, but even more important, she would not have to live in his residence where she would have to submit to the authority of his wife and the other concubines, who would all have precedence over her. In the house of a potentate like General Shui, the women were virtual prisoners, living in a state of permanent squabbling and bickering, largely induced by insecurity. The only security they had was their husband's favor. General Xu's offer of a house of her own meant a lot to my grandmother, as did his promise to solemnize the liaison with a full wedding ceremony. This meant that she and her family would have gained a considerable amount of face, and there was one final consideration which was very important to her. Now that her father was satisfied, she hoped he would treat her mother better. Mrs. Yang suffered from epilepsy, which made her feel undeserving towards her husband. She was always submissive to him, and he treated her like dirt, showing no concern for her health. For years he found fault with her for not producing a son. My great-grandmother had a string of miscarriages after my grandmother was born. I'm 61, a second child came along in 1917, but again it was a girl. My great-grandfather was obsessed with having enough money to be able to acquire concubines. The wedding allowed him to fulfill this wish, as General Shui lavished betrothal gifts on the family, and the chief beneficiary was my great-grandfather. The gifts were magnificent, in keeping with the general's station. On the day of the wedding, a sedan chair draped with heavy, bright red embroidered silk and satin appeared at the Yang's house. In front came a procession carrying banners, plaques, and silk lanterns painted with images of a golden phoenix, the grandest seed fern bowl for a woman. The wedding ceremony took place in the evening, as was the tradition, with red lanterns glowing in the dusk. There was an orchestra with drums, cymbals, and piercing wind instruments playing joyful music. Making a lot of noise was considered essential for a good wedding, as keeping quiet would have been seen as suggesting that there was something shameful about the event. My grandmother was splendidly dressed in bright embroidery, with a red silk veil covering her head and face. She was carried in the sedan chair to her new home by 8 men. Inside the sedan chair it was stuffy and boiling hot, and she discreetly pulled the curtain back a few inches. Peeping out from under her veil, she was delighted to see people in the streets watching her procession. This was very different from what a mere concubine would get: a small sedan chair draped in plain cotton of the unglamorous color of indigo, borne by 2 or at the most 4 people, and no procession or music. She was taken right around the town, visiting all 4 gates as a full ritual demanded, with her expensive wedding gifts displayed on cans and in large wicker baskets carried behind her. After she had been shown off to the town, she reached her new home, a large, stylish residence. My grandmother was satisfied. The pomp and ceremony made her feel she had gained prestige and esteem. There had been nothing like this in Yuxian in living memory. When she reached the house, General Su, in full military dress, was waiting, surrounded by the local dignitaries. Red candles and dazzling gas lamps lit up the center of the house, the sitting room where they performed a ceremonial kowtow to the tablets of heaven and earth. After this, they kowtowed to each other. Then my grandmother went into the wedding chamber alone, in accordance with the custom, while General Zhu went off to a lavish banquet with the men. General Zhu did not leave the house for 3 days. My grandmother was happy. She thought she loved him, and he showed her a kind of gruff affection. But he hardly spoke to her about serious matters, in keeping with the traditional saying, "Women have long hair and short intelligence." A Chinese man was supposed to remain reticent and grand, even within his family, so she kept quiet, just massaging his toes before they got up in the morning and playing the keen to him in the evening. After a week, he suddenly told her he was leaving. He did not say where he was going, and she knew it was not a good idea to ask. Her duty was to wait for him until he came back. She had to wait 6 years. In September 1924, fighting erupted between the two main warlord factions in North China. General Shu was promoted to deputy commander of the Peking garrison. But within weeks, his old ally, General Feng, the Christian warlord, changed sides. On 3 November, Cao Kun, whom General Shu and General Feng had helped install as president the previous year, was forced to resign. The same day, the Peking garrison was dismissed, and 2 days later, the Peking police office was disbanded. General Shu had to leave the capital in a hurry. He retired to a house he owned in Tianjin, in the French concession, which had extraterritorial immunity. This was the very place to which President Li had fled the year before when Shu had forced him out of the presidential palace. In the meantime, my grandmother was caught up in the renewed fighting. Control of the Northeast was vital in the struggle between the warlord armies, and towns on the railway, especially junctions like Yuxian, were particular targets. Shortly after General Shu left, the fighting came right up to the walls of the town, with pitched battles just outside the gates. Looting was widespread. One Italian arms company appealed to the cash-strapped warlords by advertising that it would accept loot-able villages as collateral. Rape was just as commonplace. Like many other women, my grandmother had to blacken her face with soot to make herself look filthy and ugly. Fortunately, this time Yuxian emerged virtually unscathed. The fighting eventually moved south and life returned to normal. For my grandmother, normal meant finding ways to kill time in her large house. The house was built in the typical North Chinese style, around 3 sides of a quadrangle, the south side of the courtyard being a wall about 7 feet high, with a moon gate which opened onto an outer courtyard, which in turn was guarded by a double gate with a round brass knocker. These houses were built to cope with the extremes of a brutally harsh climate, which lurched from freezing winters to scorching summers, with virtually no spring or autumn in between. In summer, the temperature could rise above 95 F, but in winter it fell to -20 F, with howling winds which roared down from Siberia across the plains. Dust tore into the eyes and bit into the skin for much of the year, and people often had to wear masks which covered their entire faces and heads. In the inner courtyard of the houses, all the windows in the main rooms opened to the south to let in as much sunshine as possible, while the walls on the north side took the brunt of the wind and the dust. The north side of the house contained a sitting room and my grandmother's chamber. The wings on the 2 sides were for the servants and for all other activities. The floors of the main rooms were tiled, while the wooden windows were covered with paper. The pitched roof was made of smooth black tiles. The house was luxurious by local standards and far superior to her parents' home, but my grandmother was lonely and miserable. There were several servants, including a doorkeeper, a cook, and 2 maids. Their task was not only to serve but also to act as guards and spies. The doorkeeper was under instructions not to let my grandmother out alone under any circumstances. Before he left, General Shou told my grandmother a cautionary tale about one of his other concubines. He had found out that she had been having an affair with a male servant, so he had her tied to a bed and stuffed a gag into her mouth. Then raw alcohol was dripped onto the cloth, slowly choking her to death. Of course, I could not give her the pleasure of dying speedily. For a woman to betray her husband is the vilest thing possible, he said. Where infidelity was involved, a man like General Shou would hate the woman far more than the man. All I did with the lover was have him shot, he added casually. My grandmother never knew whether or not all this had really happened, but at the age of 15 she was suitably petrified. From that moment she lived in constant fear. Because she could hardly ever go out. She had to create a world for herself within the 4 walls. But even there she was not the real mistress of her home, and she had to spend a great deal of time buttering up the servants in case they invented stories against her, which was so common it was considered almost inevitable. She gave them plenty of presents, and also organized mahjong parties, because the winners would always have to tip the servants generously. She was never short of money. General Shou sent her a regular allowance, which was delivered every month by the manager of his pawn shop, who also picked up the bills for her losses at the mahjong parties. Throwing mahjong parties was a normal part of life for concubines all over China. So was smoking opium, which was widely available and was seen as a means of keeping people like her contented by being doped and dependent. Many concubines became addicted in their attempts to ape with their loneliness. General Shou encouraged my grandmother to take up the habit, but she ignored him. Almost the only time she was allowed out of the house was to go to the opera. Otherwise, she had to sit at home all day, every day. She read a lot, mainly plays and novels, and tended her favorite flowers, garden balsam, hibiscus, common 4 o'clock, and roses of Sharon in pots in the courtyard, where she also cultivated dwarf trees. Her other consolation in her gilded cage was a cat. She was allowed to visit her parents, but even this was frowned upon, and she was not permitted to stay the night with them. Although they were the only people she could talk to, she found visiting them a trial. Her father had been promoted to deputy chief of the local police because of his connection to General Shou, and had acquired land and property. Every time she opened her mouth about how miserable she was, her father would start lecturing her, telling her that a virtuous woman should suppress her emotions and not desire anything beyond her duty to her husband. It was all right to miss her husband, that was virtuous, but a woman was not supposed to complain. In fact, a good woman was not supposed to have a point of view at all, and if she did, she certainly should not be so brazen as to talk about it. He would quote the Chinese saying, "If you are married to a chicken, obey the chicken. If you are married to a dog, obey the dog." 6 years passed. To begin with, there were a few letters, then total silence. Unable to burn off her nervous energy and sexual frustration, unable even to pace the floor with a full stride because of her bound feet, my grandmother was reduced to mincing around the house. At first, she hoped for some message, going over and over again in her mind her brief life with the general. Even her physical and psychological submission was mulled over nostalgically. She missed him very much, though she knew that she was only one of his many concubines, probably dotted around China, and she had never imagined that she would spend the rest of her life with him. Still, she longed for him, as he represented her only chance to live a sort of life. But as the weeks turned into months, and the months into years, her longing became dulled. She came to realize that for him she was a mere plaything, to be picked up again only when it was convenient for him. Her restlessness now had no object on which to focus. It became forced into a straitjacket. When occasionally it stretched its limbs, she felt so agitated. She did not know what to do with herself. Sometimes, she would fall to the floor unconscious. She was to have blackouts like these for the rest of her life. Then one day, 6 years after he had walked casually out of the door, her husband reappeared. The meeting was very unlike what she had dreamed of at the beginning of their separation. Then she had fantasized that she would give herself totally and passionately to him, but now all she could find in herself was restrained dutifulness. She was also racked with anxiety in case she might have offended one of the servants, or that they might invent stories to ingratiate themselves with the general and ruin her life. But everything went smoothly. The general, now past 50, seemed to have mellowed, and did not look nearly as majestic as before. As she expected, he did not say a word about where he had been, why he had left so suddenly, or why he was back, and she did not ask. Quite apart from not wanting to be scolded for being inquisitive, she did not care. In fact, all this time the general had not been far away at all. He had been leading the quiet life of a wealthy retired dignitary, dividing his time between his house in Tianjin and his country mansion near Lulong. The world in which he had flourished was becoming a thing of the past. The warlord and their fief system had collapsed, and most of China was now controlled by a force, the Kuomintang, or nationalists headed by Chiang Kai-shek. To mark the break with the chaotic past, and to try to give the appearance of a new start and of stability, the Kuomintang moved the capital from Peking, northern capital, to Nanjing, southern capital. In 1908, the ruler of Manchuria, Chiang Kai-shek, the old marshal, was assassinated by the Japanese, who were becoming increasingly active in the area. The old marshal's son, Chiang Kai-shek, known as the young marshal, joined up with the Kuomintang and formally integrated Manchuria with the rest of China, though Kuomintang rule was never effectively established in Manchuria. General Zhu's visit to my grandmother did not last long. Just like the first time, after a few days he suddenly announced he was leaving. The night before he was due to leave, he asked my grandmother to go and live with him at Lulong. Her heart missed a beat. If he ordered her to go, it would amount to a life sentence under the same roof as his wife and his other concubines. She was invaded by a wave of panic. As she massaged his feet, she quietly pleaded with him to let her stay in Yixian. She told him how kind he was to have promised her parents he would not take her away from them, and gently reminded him that her mother was not in good health. She had just had a third child, the longed-for son. She said that she would like to observe filial piety while, of course, serving him, her husband and master, whenever he graced Yixian with his presence. The next day she packed his things and he left alone. On his departure, as on his arrival, he showered jewels on my grandmother: gold, silver, jade, pearls, and emeralds. Like many men of his kind, he believed this was the way to a woman's heart. For women like my grandmother, jewelry was their only insurance. A short time later, my grandmother realized she was pregnant. On the 17th day of the third moon, in spring 1930, she gave birth to a baby girl, my mother. She wrote to General Soe to let him know, and he wrote back telling her to call the gift Bao Kam and to bring her to Lolong as soon as they were strong enough to travel. My grandmother was ecstatic at having a child. Now she felt her life had a purpose, and she poured all her love and energy into my mother. A happy year passed. General Zhu wrote many times asking her to come to Lulong, but each time she managed to stall him. Then, one day in the middle of summer 1932, a telegram arrived saying that General Zhu was seriously ill and ordering her to bring their daughter to see him at once. The tone made it clear that this time she should not refuse. Lulong was about 200 miles away, and for my grandmother, who had never traveled, the journey was a major undertaking. It was also extremely difficult to travel with bound feet. It was almost impossible to carry luggage, especially with a young child in one's arms. My grandmother decided to take her 14-year-old sister Yulon, whom she called Lan, with her. The journey was an adventure. The area had been convulsed yet again. In September 1930, Japan, which had been steadily expanding its power in the area, had launched a full-scale invasion of Manchuria, and Japanese troops had occupied Yusian on 6 January. 2 months later, the Japanese proclaimed the founding of a new state, which they named Manchukuo, Manchu Country, covering most of northeast China, an area the size of France and Germany combined. The Japanese claimed that Manchukuo was independent, but in fact it was a puppet of Tokyo. As its head they installed Puyi, who as a child had been the last emperor of China. At first he was called chief executive. Later, in 1934, he was made emperor of Manchukuo. All this meant little to my grandmother, who had had very little contact with the outside world. The general population were fatalistic about who their rulers were, since they had no choice in the matter. For many, Puyi was the natural ruler, a Manchu emperor and proper son of heaven. 20 years after the Republican Revolution, there was still no unified nation to replace the rule of the emperor, nor in Manchuria did the people have much concept of being citizens of something called China. One hot summer's day in 1932, my grandmother, her sister, and my mother took the train south from Yixian, passing out of Manchuria at the town of Shanhaiguan, where the Great Wall sweeps down from the mountains to the sea. As the train chugged along the coastal plain, they could see the landscape changing. Instead of the bare, brown-yellow soil of the plains of Manchuria, here the earth was darker and the vegetation denser, almost lush compared with the northeast. Soon after it passed the Great Wall, the train turned inland, and about an hour later it stopped at a town called Changli, where they disembarked at a green-roofed building which looked like a railway station in Siberia. My grandmother hired a horse-drawn cart and drove north along a bumpy, dusty road to General Sue's mansion, which lay about 20 miles away, just outside the wall of a small town called Yanheing, which had once been a major military camp frequently visited by the Manchu emperors and their court. Hence the road had acquired the grand name of the Imperial Way. It was lined with poplars, their light green leaves shimmering in the sunlight. Beyond them were orchards of peach trees which flourished in the sandy soil, but my grandmother scarcely enjoyed the scenery as she was covered in dust and jolted badly by the rough road. Above all, she was worrying about what would greet her at the other end. When she first saw the mansion, she was overwhelmed by its grandeur. The immense front gate was guarded by armed men, who stood stiffly at attention beside enormous statues of reclining lions. There was a row of 8 stone statues for tying up horses. 4 were of elephants and 4 of monkeys. These 2 animals were chosen for their lucky sounds. In Chinese, the words elephant and high office have the same sound, shang, as do monkey and aristocracy. As the cart passed through the outer gate into an inner yard, my grandmother could see only a huge blank wall facing her. Then, off to one side, she saw a second gate. This was a classic Chinese structure, a concealing wall so that strangers could not see into one's property, also making it impossible for assailants to shoot or charge directly through the front gate. The moment they passed through the inner gate, a servant materialized at my grandmother's side and peremptorily took her child away. Another servant led my grandmother up the steps of the house and showed her into the sitting room of General C's wife. As soon as she entered the room, my grandmother went down on her knees and kowtowed, saying, "I greet you, my mistress," as etiquette demanded. My grandmother's sister was not allowed into the room, but had to stand outside like a servant. This was nothing personal. The relatives of a concubine were not treated as part of the family. After my grandmother had kowtowed for a suitable length of time, the general's wife told her she could get up, using a form of address which immediately established my grandmother's place in the hierarchy of the household as a mere sub-mistress, closer to a higher form of servant than to a wife. The general's wife told her to sit down. My grandmother had to make a split-second decision. In a traditional Chinese household where one sits automatically reflects one's status, General Xiu's wife was sitting at the north end of the room. As befitted a person in her position, next to her, separated by a side table, was another chair, also facing south. This was the general's seat. Down each side of the room was a row of chairs for people of different status. My grandmother shuffled backwards and sat on one of the chairs nearest the door to show humility. The wife then asked her to come forward just a little. She had to show some generosity. When my grandmother was seated, the wife told her that from now on her daughter would be brought up as the wife's own daughter, and would call her not my grandmother, Mama. My grandmother was to treat the child as the young mistress of the house, and was to behave accordingly. A maid was summoned to lead my grandmother away. She felt her heart was breaking, but she forced back her sobs, only letting herself go when she reached her room. Her eyes were still red when she was taken to meet General Xiu's number 2 concubine, his favorite, who ran the household. She was pretty, with a delicate face, and to my grandmother's surprise she was quite sympathetic, but my grandmother restrained herself from having a good cry with her. In this strange new environment, she felt intuitively that the best policy was caution. Later that day, she was taken to see her husband. She was allowed to take my mother with her. The general was lying on a kang, the type of bed used all over North China, a large, flat, rectangular surface about 2.5 feet high, heated from underneath by a brick stove. A pair of concubines or maids were kneeling round the prostrate general, massaging his legs and stomach. General Xia's eyes were closed and he looked terribly sallow. My grandmother leaned over the edge of the bed, calling to him softly. He opened his eyes and managed a kind of a half-smile. My grandmother put my mother on the bed and said, "This is Bao Odin." With what seemed a great effort, General Xia feebly stroked my mother's head and said, "Bao Odin takes after you. She is very pretty." Then he closed his eyes. My grandmother called out to him, but his eyes remained shut. She could see that he was gravely ill, perhaps dying. She picked my mother off the bed and hugged her tight, but she had only a second to cuddle her before the general's wife, who had been hovering alongside, tugged impatiently at her sleeve. Once outside, the wife warned my grandmother not to disturb the master too often, or indeed at all. In fact, she should stay in her room unless she was summoned. My grandmother was terrified. As a concubine, her whole future and that of her daughter were in jeopardy, possibly even in mortal peril. She had no rights. If the general died, she would be at the mercy of the wife, who had the power of life and death over her. She could do anything she wanted, sell her to a rich man, or even into a brothel, which was quite common. Then my grandmother would never see her daughter again. She knew she and her daughter had to get away as fast as possible. When she got back to her room, she made a tremendous effort to calm herself and begin planning her escape. But when she tried to think, she felt as though her head were flooding with blood. Her legs were so weak, she could not walk without holding on to the furniture. She broke down and wept again, partly with rage, because she could see no way out. Worst of all was the thought that the general might die at any moment, leaving her trapped forever. Gradually, she managed to bring her nerves under control and force herself to think clearly. She started to look around the mansion systematically. It was divided into many different courtyards set within a large compound, surrounded by high walls. Even the garden was designed with security rather than aesthetics in mind. There were a few cypress trees, some birches and winter plums, but none near the walls. To make doubly sure that any potential assassin would have no cover, there were not even any large shrubs. The two gates leading out from the garden were padlocked, and the front gate was guarded around the clock by armed retainers. My grandmother was never allowed to leave the walled precincts. She was permitted to visit the general each day, but only on a sort of organized tour with some of the other women, when she would file past his bed and murmur, "I greet you, my lord." Meanwhile, she began to get a clearer idea of the other personalities in the household. Apart from the general's wife, the woman who seemed to count most was the number 2 concubine. My grandmother discovered that she had instructed the servants to treat her well, which made her situation much easier. In a household like this, the attitude of the servants was determined by the status of those they had to serve. They fawned on those in favor, and bullied those who had fallen from grace. The number 2 concubine had a daughter a lime older than my mother. This was a further bond between the two women, as well as being a reason for the concubine's favor with General Shu, who had no other children apart from my mother. After a month, during which the two concubines became quite friendly, my grandmother went to see the general's wife and told her she needed to go home to fetch some clothes. The wife gave permission, but when my grandmother asked if she could take her daughter to say goodbye to her grandparents, she refused. The Shu bloodline could not be taken out of the house, and so my grandmother set off alone down the dusty road to Changli. After the coachman had dropped her off at the railway station, she started asking around among the people hanging about there. She found 2 horsemen who were prepared to provide her with the transportation she needed. She waited for nightfall, and then raced back to Lolong with them and their 2 horses by a shortcut. One of the men seated her on a saddle and ran in front, holding the horse by the rein. When she reached the mansion, she made her way to a back gate and gave a pre-arranged signal. After a wait that felt like hours but was in fact only a few minutes, the door in the gate swung open and her sister emerged in the moonlight, holding my mother in her arms. The door had been unlocked by the friendly number 2 concubine, who had then hit it with an axe to make it look as though it had been forced open. There was hardly time for my grandmother to give my mother a quick hug. Besides, she did not want to wake her in case she made a noise and alerted the guards. She and her sister mounted the 2 horses while my mother was fled onto the back of one of the horsemen, and they headed off into the night. The horsemen had been paid well and ran fast. By dawn they were at Changli, and before the alarm could be given, they had caught the train north. When the train finally drew into Yixian toward nightfall, my grandmother fell to the ground and lay there for a long time, unable to move. She was comparatively safe, 200 miles from Lulung and effectively out of reach of the Shui household. She could not take my mother to her house, for fear of the servants, so she asked an old school friend if she could hide my mother. The friend lived in the house of her father-in-law, a Manchu doctor called Dr. Xia, who was well known as a kindly man who would never turn anyone away or betray a friend. The Su household would not care enough about my grandmother, a mere concubine, to pursue her. It was my mother, the blood descendant, who mattered. My grandmother sent a telegram to Lulong saying my mother had fallen ill on the train and had died. There followed an agonizing wait during which my grandmother's moods oscillated wildly. Sometimes she felt that the family must have believed her story, but then she would torment herself with the thought that this might not be the case and that they were sending thugs to drag her or her daughter back. Finally, she consoled herself with the thought that the Su family was far too preoccupied with the impending death of the patriarch to expend energy worrying about her, and that it was probably to the women's advantage not to have her daughter around. Once she realized the Sue family was going to leave her alone, my grandmother settled back quietly into her house in Yikshan with my mother. She did not even worry about the servants, since she knew that her husband would not be coming. The silence from Lulong lasted over a year, until one autumn day in 1933 when a telegram arrived informing her that General Sue had died and that she was expected at Lulong immediately for the funeral. The general had died in Tianjin in September. His body was brought back to Lulong in a lacquered coffin covered with red embroidered silk. Accompanying him were two other coffins, one similarly lacquered and draped in the same red silk as his own, the other of plain wood with no covering. The first coffin contained the body of one of his concubines who had swallowed opium to accompany him in death. This was considered the height of conjugal loyalty. Later, a plaque inscribed by the famous warlord Wu Peifu was put up in her honor in General Shui's mansion. The second coffin contained the remains of another concubine, who had died of typhoid 2 years before. Her corpse had been exhumed for reburial alongside General Shui, as was the custom. Her coffin was of bare wood because, having died of a horrible illness, she was considered ill-fortunate. Mercury and charcoal had been placed inside each of the coffins to prevent the corpses rotting, and the bodies had pearls in their mouths. General Zhu and the two concubines were buried together in the same tomb. His wife and the other concubines would eventually be interred alongside them. At a funeral, the essential duty of holding a special flag for calling the spirit of the deceased had to be performed by the dead man's son. As the general had no son, his wife adopted his 10-year-old nephew so he could carry out the task. The boy also enacted another ritual, kneeling by the side of the coffin and calling out, "Avoid the nails." Tradition held that if this was not done, the dead person would be hurt by the nails. The tomb site had been chosen by General Shu himself according to the principles of geomancy. It was in a beautiful, tranquil spot backing onto distant mountains to the north, while the front faced a stream set among eucalyptus trees to the south. This location expressed the desire to have solid things behind on which to lean mountains, and the reflection of the glorious sun, symbolizing rising prosperity in front. But my grandmother never saw the sight. She had ignored her summons and was not at the funeral. The next thing that happened was that the manager of the pawn shop failed to turn up with her allowance. About a week later, her parents received a letter from General Shu's wife. My grandfather's last words had been to give my grandmother her freedom. This, for its time, was exceptionally enlightened, and she could hardly believe her good fortune. At the age of 24, she was free. Chapter 2. Even plain, cold water is sweet. My grandmother marries a Manchu doctor, 1933-1938. The letter from General Xiao's wife also asked my grandmother's parents to take her back. Though the point was couched in the traditional indirect manner, my grandmother knew that she was being ordered to move. Her father took her in, but with considerable reluctance. By now he had abandoned any pretense of being a family man. From the moment he had arranged the liaison with General Shu, he had risen in the world. As well as being promoted to deputy chief of the Yixian police and entering the ranks of the well-connected, he had become relatively rich and had bought some land and taken up smoking opium. No sooner had he been promoted than he acquired a concubine, a Mongolian woman who was presented to him by his immediate boss. Giving a concubine as a present to an up-and-coming colleague was a common practice, and the local police chief was happy to oblige a protégé of General Su. But my great-grandfather soon began casting around for another concubine. It was good for a man in his position to have as many as possible. They showed a man's status. He did not have to look far. The concubine had a sister. When my grandmother returned to her parents' house, the setup was quite different from when she had left almost a decade before. Instead of just her unhappy, downtrodden mother, there were now 3 spouses. One of the concubines had produced a daughter who was the same age as my mother. My grandmother's sister, Lan, was still unmarried at the advanced age of 16, which was a cause of irritation to Yang. My grandmother had moved from one cauldron of intrigue into another. Her father was resentful of both her and her mother. He resented his wife simply for being there, and he was even more unpleasant to her now that he had the 2 concubines whom he favored over her. He took his meals with the concubines, leaving his wife to eat on her own. My grandmother he resented for returning to the house when he had successfully created a new world for himself. He also regarded her as a jinx KC, because she had lost her husband. In those days, a woman whose husband had died was superstitiously held responsible for his death. My great-grandfather saw his daughter as bad luck, a threat to his good fortune, and he wanted her out of the house. The 2 concubines egged him on. Before my grandmother came back, they had been having things very much their own way. My great-grandmother was a gentle, even weak person. Although she was theoretically the superior of the concubines, she lived at the mercy of their whims. In 1930, she gave birth to a son, Yulin. This deprived the concubines of their future security, as on my great-grandfather's death, all his property would automatically go to his son. They would throw tantrums if Yang showed any affection at all to his son. From the moment Yulin was born, they stepped up their psychological warfare against my great-grandmother, freezing her out in her own house. They only spoke to her to nag and complain, and if they looked at her, it was with cold, stony faces. My great-grandmother got no support from her husband, whose contempt for her was not pacified by the fact that she had given him the son. He found new ways to find fault with her. My grandmother was a stronger character than her mother, and the misery of the past decade had toughened her up. Even her father was a little in awe of her. She told herself that the days of her subservience to her father were over, and that she was going to fight for herself and for her mother. As long as she was in the house, the concubines had to restrain themselves, even presenting a toadying smile occasionally. This was the atmosphere in which my mother lived the formative years from 2 to 4. Though shielded by her mother's love, she could sense the tension which pervaded the household. My grandmother was now a beautiful young woman in her mid-20s. She was also highly accomplished, and several men asked her father for her hand, but because she had been a concubine, the only ones who offered to take her as a proper wife were poor and did not stand a chance with Mr. Yang. My grandmother had enough of the spitefulness and petty vengefulness of the concubine world, in which the only choice was between being a victim and victimizing others. There was no halfway house. All my grandmother wanted was to be left alone to bring up her daughter in peace. Her father was constantly badgering her to remarry, sometimes by dropping unkind hints, at other times telling her outright she had to take herself off his hands. But there was nowhere for her to go. She had no place to live, and she was not allowed to get a job. After a time, unable to stand the pressure, she had a nervous breakdown. A doctor was called in. It was Dr. Xia, in whose house my mother had been hidden 3 years before, after the escape from General Shou's mansion. Although she had been a friend of his daughter-in-law, Xia had never seen my grandmother in keeping with the strict sexual segregation prevalent at the time. When he first walked into her room, he was so struck by her beauty that in his confusion he backed straight out again and mumbled to the servant that he felt unwell. Eventually, he recovered his composure and sat and talked to her at length. He was the first man she had ever met to whom she could say what she really felt. and she poured out her grief and her hopes to him, although with restraint as befitted a woman talking to a man who was not her husband. The doctor was gentle and warm, and my grandmother had never felt so understood. Before long the two fell in love, and Dr. Xia proposed. Moreover, he told my grandmother that he wanted her to be his proper wife, and to bring my mother up as his own daughter. My grandmother accepted with tears of joy. Her father was also happy, although he was quick to point out to Dr. Xia that he would not be able to provide any dowry. Dr. Xia told him that was completely irrelevant. 12. Dr. Xia had built up a considerable practice in traditional medicine in Yishan and enjoyed a very high professional reputation. He was not a Han Chinese, as were the Yangs and most people in China, but a Manchu, one of the origin AI inhabitants of Manchuria. At one time, his family had been court doctors for the Manchu emperors and had been honored for their services. Dr. Xia was well known not only as an excellent doctor, but also as a very kind man, who often treated poor people for nothing. He was a big man, over 6 feet tall, but he moved elegantly in spite of his size. He always dressed in traditional long robes and jackets. He had gentle brown eyes and a goatee and a long drooping mustache. His face and his whole posture exuded calm. The doctor was already an elderly man when he proposed to my grandmother. He was 65 and a widower with 3 grown-up sons and 1 daughter, all of them married. The 3 sons lived in the house with him. The eldest looked after the household and managed the family farm. The second worked in his father's practice, and the third, who was married to my grandmother's school friend, was a teacher. Between them, the sons had 8 children, one of whom was married and had a son himself. Dr. Xie called his sons into his study and told them about his plans. They stole disbelieving, leaden glances at one another. There was a heavy silence. Then the eldest spoke. "I presume, father, you mean she will be a concubine?" Dr. Xia replied that he was going to take my grandmother as a proper wife. This had tremendous implications, as she would become their stepmother and would have to be treated as a member of the older generation, with venerable status on a par with her husband. In an ordinary Chinese household, the younger generations had to be subservient to the older, with suitable decorum to mark their relative positions. But Dr. Xia adhered to an even more complicated Manchu system of etiquette. The younger generations had to pay their respects to the older every morning and evening, the men kneeling and the women curtsying. At festivals, the men had to do a full kowtow. The fact that my grandmother had been a concubine, plus the age gap, which meant they would have to do obeisance to someone with an inferior status and much younger than themselves, was too much for the son. They got together with the rest of the family and worked themselves up into a state of outrage. Even the daughter-in-law, who was my grandmother's old school friend, was upset, as her father-in-law's marriage would force her into a radically new relationship with someone who had been her classmate. She would not be able to eat at the same table as her old friend, or even sit down with her. Would have to wait on her hand and foot and even kowtow to her. Each member of the family, sons, daughters-in-law, grandchildren, even the great-grandson, went in turn to beg Dr. Xia to consider the feelings of his own flesh and blood. They went down on their knees, they prostrated themselves in a full kowtow, they wept and screamed. They begged Dr. Xia to consider the fact that he was a Manchu, and that according to ancient Manchu custom, a man of his status should not marry a Han Chinese. Dr. Xia replied that the rule had been abolished a long time before. His children said that if he was a good Manchu, he should observe it anyway. They went on and on about the age gap. Dr. Xia was more than twice my grandmother's age. One of the family trotted out an ancient saying, "A young wife who has an old husband is really another man's woman." What hurt Dr. Xia more was the emotional blackmail, especially the argument that taking an ex-concubine as a proper wife would affect his children's position in society. He knew his children would lose face, and he felt guilty about this. But Dr. Xia felt he had to put my grandmother's happiness first. If he took her as a concubine, she would not merely lose face. She would become the slave of the whole family. His love alone would not be enough to protect her if she was not his proper wife. Dr. Xia implored his family to grant an old man's wish, but they and society took the attitude that an irresponsible wish should not be indulged. Some hinted that he was senile. Others told him, "You already have sons, grandsons, and even a great-grandson, a big and prosperous family. What more do you want? Why do you have to marry her?" The arguments went on and on. More and more relatives and friends appeared on the scene, all invited by the sons. They unanimously pronounced the marriage to be an insane idea. Then they turned their venom against my grandmother, marrying again when her late husband's body and bones are not yet cold. That woman has it all worked out. She is refusing to accept concubine status so that she can become a proper wife. If she really loves you, why can't she be satisfied with being your concubine? They attributed motives to my grandmother. She was scheming to get Dr. Xia to marry her and would then take over the family and ill-treat his children and grandchildren. They also insinuated that she was plotting to lay her hands on Dr. Xia's money. Underneath all their talk about propriety, morality, and Dr. Xia's own good, there was an unspoken calculation involving his assets. The relatives feared my grandmother might lay her hands on Dr. Xia's wealth, as she would automatically become the manageress of the household as his wife. Dr. Xia was a rich man. He owned 2,000 acres of farmland dotted around the county of Yixian and even had some land south of the Great Wall. His large house in the town was built of gray bricks stylishly outlined in white paint. Its ceilings were whitewashed and the rooms were wallpapered, so that the beams and joints were concealed, which was considered an important indicator of prosperity. Dr. Xia had built up a considerable practice in traditional medicine in Yixian and enjoyed a very high professional reputation. He was not a Han Chinese, as were the Yangs and most people in China, but a Manchu, one of the origin AI inhabitants of Manchuria. At one time, his family had been court doctors for the Manchu emperors and had been honored for their services. Dr. Xia was well known not only as an excellent doctor, but also as a very kind man, who often treated poor people for nothing. He was a big man, over 6 feet tall, but he moved elegantly in spite of his size. He always dressed in traditional long robes and jacket. He had gentle brown eyes and a goatee and a long drooping mustache. His face and his whole posture exuded calm. The doctor was already an elderly man when he proposed to my grandmother. He was 65 and a widower with 3 grown-up sons and 1 daughter, all of them married. The 3 sons lived in the house with him. The eldest looked after the household and managed the family farm. The second worked in his father's practice, and the third, who was married to my grandmother's school friend, was a teacher. Between them, the sons had 8 children, one of whom was married and had a son himself. Dr. Xia called his sons into his study and told them about his plans. They stole disbelieving, leaden glances at one another. There was a heavy silence. Then the eldest spoke. "I presume, father, you mean she will be a concubine?" Dr. Xia replied that he was going to take my grandmother as a proper wife. This had tremendous implications, as she would become their stepmother and would have to be treated as a member of the older generation with venerable status on a par with her husband. In an ordinary Chinese household, the younger generations had to be subservient to the older with suitable decorum to mark their relative positions. But Dr. Xia adhered to an even more complicated Manchu system of etiquette. The younger generations had to pay their respects to the older every morning and evening, the men kneeling and the women curtsying. At festivals, the men had to do a full kowtow. The fact that my grandmother had been a concubine, plus the age gap, which meant they would have to do obeisance to someone with an inferior status and much younger than themselves, was too much for the son. They got together with the rest of the family and worked themselves up into a state of outrage. Even the daughter-in-law, who was my grandmother's old school friend, was upset, as her father-in-law's marriage would force her into a radically new relationship with someone who had been her classmate. She would not be able to eat at the same table as her old friend or even sit down with her. She would have to wait on her hand and foot, and even kowtow to her. Each member of the family, sons, daughters-in-law, grandchildren, even the great-grandson, went in turn to beg Dr. Xia to consider the feelings of his own flesh and blood. They went down on their knees, they prostrated themselves in a full kowtow, they wept and screamed. They begged Dr. Xia to consider the fact that he was a Manchu, and that according to ancient Manchu custom, a man of his status should not marry a Han Chinese. Dr. Xia replied that the rule had been abolished a long time before. His children said that if he was a good Manchu, he should observe it anyway. They went on and on about the age gap. Dr. Xia was more than twice my grandmother's age. One of the family trotted out an ancient saying, "A young wife who has an old husband is really another man's woman." What hurt Dr. Xia more was the emotional blackmail, especially the argument that taking an ex-concubine as a proper wife would affect his children's position in society. He knew his children would lose face, and he felt guilty about this. But Dr. Xia felt he had to put my grandmother's happiness first. If he took her as a concubine, she would not merely lose face, she would become the slave of the whole family. His love alone would not be enough to protect her if she was not his proper wife. Dr. Xia implored his family to grant an old man's wish, but they and society took the attitude that an irresponsible wish should not be indulged. Some hinted that he was senile. Others told him, "You already have sons, grandsons, and even a great-grandson, big and prosperous family. What more do you want? Why do you have to marry her?" The arguments went on and on. More and more relatives and friends appeared on the scene, all invited by the sons. They unanimously pronounced the marriage to be an insane idea. Then they turned their venom against my grandmother. Marrying again when her late husband's body and bones are not yet cold. That woman has it all worked out. She is refusing to accept concubine status so that she can become a proper wife. If she really loves you, why can't she be satisfied with being your concubine? They attributed motives to my grandmother. She was scheming to get Dr. Xie to marry her, and would then take over the family and ill-treat his children and grandchildren. They also insinuated that she was plotting to lay her hands on Dr. Xia's money. Underneath all their talk about propriety, morality, and Dr. Xia's own good, there was an unspoken calculation involving his assets. The relatives feared my grandmother might lay her hands on Dr. Xia's wealth, as she would automatically become the manageress of the household as his wife. Dr. Xia was a rich man. He owned 2,000 acres of farmland dotted around the county of Yikshan, and even had some land south of the Great Wall. His large house in the town was built of gray bricks, stylishly outlined in white paint. Its ceilings were whitewashed and the rooms were wallpapered, so that the beams and joints were concealed, which was considered an important indicator of prosperity. He also owned a flourishing medical practice and a medicine shop. When the family saw they were getting nowhere, they decided to work on my grandmother directly. One day, the daughter-in-law, who had been at school with her, paid a call. After tea and social chit-chat, the friend got around to her mission. My grandmother burst into tears. and took her by the hand in their usual intimate manner. What would she do if she were in her position? She asked. When she got no reply, she pressed on. You know what being a concubine is like? You wouldn't like to be one, would you? You know, there is an expression of Confucius. Jiang Xin Bi Xin. Imagine my heart was yours. Appealing to someone's better instincts with a precept from the sage sometimes worked better than a direct no. The friend went back to her family feeling quite guilty and reported her failure. She hinted that she did not have the heart to push my grandmother anymore. She found an ally in Diggy, Dr. Xia's second son, who practiced medic me with his father, and was closer to him than his brothers. He said he thought they should let the marriage go ahead. The third son also began to weaken when he heard his wife describe my grandmother's distress. The ones who were most indignant were the eldest son and his wife. When she saw that the other two sons were wavering, the eldest son's wife said to her husband, "Of course they don't care. They've got other jobs. That woman can't take those away from them. But what have you got? You are only the manager of the old man's estate, and it will all go to her and her daughter. What will become of poor me and our poor children? We have nothing to fall back on. Perhaps we should all die. Perhaps that is what your father really wants. Perhaps I should kill myself to make them all happy." All this was accompanied by wailing and floods of tears. Her husband replied in an agitated manner, "Just give me Phil tomorrow." When Dr. Xia woke the next morning, he found his entire family, with the sole exception of Degui, 15 people in all, kneeling outside his bedchamber. The moment he emerged, his eldest son shouted, "Kowtow," and they all prostrated themselves in unison. Then, in a voice quaking with emotion, the son declaimed, "Father, your children and your entire family will stay here and kowtow to you till our deaths unless you start to think of us, your family, and, above all, your elderly self." Dr. Xia was so angry his whole body shook. He asked his children to stand up, but before anyone could move, the eldest son spoke again. "No, father, we won't. Not unless you call off the wedding." Dr. Xia tried to reason with him, but the son continued to hector him in a quivering voice. Finally, Dr. Xia said, "I know what is on your minds. I won't be in this world much longer. If you are worried about how your future stepmother will behave, I have not the slightest doubt that she will treat you all very well. I know she is a good person. Surely you can see there is no other reassurance I can give you except her character." At the mention of the word character, the eldest son gave a loud snort. "How can you mention the word character about a concubine? No good woman would have become a concubine in the first place." He then started to abuse my grandmother. At this, Dr. Xia could not control himself. He lifted his walking stick and began thrashing his son. All his life, Dr. Xia had been the epitome of restraint and calm. The whole family, still on their knees, was stunned. The great-grandson started screaming hysterically. The eldest son was dumbstruck, but only for a second. Then he raised his voice again, not only from physical hurt, but also for his wounded pride at being beaten in front of his family. Dr. Xia stopped, short of breath from anger and exertion. At once, the son started bellowing more abuse against my grandmother. His father shouted at him to shut up, and struck him so hard his walking stick broke in two. The son reflected on his humiliation and pain for a few seconds. Then he pulled out a pistol and looked Dr. Xia in the face. A loyal subject uses his death to remonstrate with the emperor. A filial son should do the same with his father. All I have to remonstrate with you is my death. A shot rang out. The son swayed, then keeled over onto the floor. He had fired a bullet into his abdomen. A horse-drawn cart rushed him to a nearby hospital where he died the next day. He probably had not intended to kill himself, just to make a dramatic gesture so the pressure on his father would be irresistible. His son's death devastated Dr. Shah. Although outwardly he appeared calm as usual, people who knew him could see that his tranquility had become scarred with a deep sadness. From then on he was subject to bouts of melancholy, very much out of character with his previous imperturbability. Yixian was boiling with indignation, rumor, and accusations. Dr. Xia and particularly my grandmother were made to feel responsible for the death. Dr. Xia wanted to show he was not going to be deterred. Soon after the funeral of his son, he fixed a date for the wedding. He warned his children that they must pay due respect to their new mother, and sent out invitations to the leading townspeople. Custom dictated that they should attend and give presents. He also told my grandmother to prepare for a big ceremony. She was frightened by the accusations and their unforeseeable effect on Dr. Xia, and was desperately trying to convince herself that she was not guilty. But above all, she felt defiant. She consented to a full ceremonial ritual. On the wedding day, she left her father's house in an elaborate carriage accompanied by a procession of musicians. As was the Manchu custom, her own family hired the carriage to take her halfway to her new home, and the bridegroom sent another to carry her the second half of the way. At the handover point, her 5-year-old brother Yu Lin waited at the foot of the carriage door with his back bent double, symbolizing the idea that he was carrying her on his back to Dr. Xia's carriage. He repeated the action when she arrived at Dr. Xia's house. A woman could not just walk into a man's house. This would imply a severe loss of status. She had to be seen to be taken to denote the requisite reluctance. 2 bridesmaids led my grandmother into the room where the wedding ceremony was to take place. Dr. Xia was standing before a table draped with heavy red embroidered silk on which lay the tablets of heaven, earth, emperor, ancestors, and teacher. He was wearing a decorated hat like a crown with a tail-like plumage at the back and a long, loose, embroidered gown with bell-shaped sleeves, a traditional Manchu garment, convenient for riding and archery deriving from the Manchus' nomadic past. He knelt and kowtowed 5 times to the tablets and then walked into the wedding chamber alone. Next, my grandmother, still accompanied by her 2 attendants, curtsied 5 times, each time touching her hair with her right hand, in a gesture resembling a salute. She could not kowtow because of the mass of her elaborate headdress. She then followed Dr. Xia into the wedding chamber, where he removed the red cover from her head. The 2 bridesmaids presented each of them with an empty gourd-shaped vase which they exchanged with each other, and then the bridesmaids left. Dr. Xia and my grandmother sat silently alone together for a while, and then Dr. Xia went out to greet the relatives and guests. My grandmother had to sit, motionless and alone, on the kang, facing the window on which was a huge red double happiness paper cut, for several hours. This was called sitting happiness in, symbolizing the absence of restlessness that was deemed to be an essential quality for a woman. After all the guests had gone, a young male relative of Dr. Xia's came in and tugged her by the sleeve 3 times. Only then was she allowed to get down from the kang. With the help of her 2 attendants, she changed out of her heavily embroidered outfit into a simple red gown and red trousers. She removed the enormous headdress with all the clicking jewels and did her hair in 2 coils above her ears. So in 1935, my mother, now age 4, and my grandmother, age 26, moved into Dr. Xia's comfortable house. It was really a compound all on its own, consisting of the house proper in the interior and the surgery, with the medicine shop facing onto the street. It was customary for successful doctors to have their own shops. Here Dr. Xia sold traditional Chinese medicines, herbs, and animal extracts, which were processed in a workshop by 3 apprentices. The facade of the house was surmounted by highly decorated red and gold eaves. In the center was a rectangular plaque denoting the Xia residence in gilded characters. Behind the shop lay a small courtyard, with a number of rooms opening off it for the servants and cooks. Beyond that, the compound opened out into several smaller courtyards, where the family lived. Farther back was a big garden with cypresses and winter plums. There was no grass in the courtyards, the climate was too harsh. They were just expanses of hard, bare, brown earth, which turned to dust in the summer and to mud in the brief spring when the snow melted. Xia loved birds and had a bird garden, and every morning, whatever the weather, he did qigong, a form of the slow, graceful Chinese exercises often called Tai Chi, while he listened to the birds singing and chirping. After the death of his son, Dr. Xia had to endure the constant silent reproach of his family. He never talked to my grandmother about the pain this caused him. For Chinese men, a stiff upper lip was mandatory. My grandmother knew what he was going through, of course, and suffered with him in silence. She was very loving toward him and attended to his needs with all her heart. She always showed a smiling face to his family, although they generally treated her with disdain beneath a veneer of formal respect. Even the daughter-in-law who had been at school with her tried to avoid her. The knowledge that she was held responsible for the eldest son's death weighed on my grandmother. Her entire lifestyle had to change to that of a Manchu. She slept in a room with my mother, and Dr. Xia slept in a separate room. Early every morning, long before she got up, her nerves would start to strain and jangle, anticipating the noise of the family members approaching. She had to wash hurriedly and greet each of them in turn with a rigid set of salutations. In addition, she had to do her hair in an extremely complicated way so that it could support a huge headdress, under which she had to wear a wig. All she got was a sequence of icy good mornings, virtually the only words the family ever spoke to her. As she watched them bowing and scraping, she knew they had hate in their hearts. The ritual grated all the more for its insincerity. On festivals and other important occasions, the whole family had to kowtow and curtsy to her, and she would have to jump up from her chair and stand to one side to show that she had left the chair empty, which symbolized their late mother, to acknowledge their respect. Manchu custom conspired to keep her and Dr. Xia apart. They were not supposed even to eat together, and one of the daughters-in-law always stood behind my grandmother to serve her. But the woman would present such a cold face that my grandmother found it difficult to finish her meal, much less enjoy it. Once, soon after they had moved into Dr. Xia's house, my mother had just settled down into what looked like a nice, comfortable, warm place on the Kang, when she saw Dr. Xia's face suddenly darken, and he stormed over and roughly pulled her off the seat. She had sat in his special place. This was the only time he ever hit her. According to Manchu custom, his seat was sacred. The move to Dr. Xia's house brought my grandmother a real measure of freedom for the first time, but also a degree of entrapment. For my mother, it was no less ambivalent. Dr. Xia was extremely kind to her and brought her XP as his own daughter. She called him father, and he gave her his own name, Xia, which she carries to this day, and a new given name, Di Hong, which is made up of two characters, Hong meaning wild swan, and Di, the generation name meaning virtue. Dr. Xia's family did not dare insult my grandmother to her face. That would have been tantamount to treason to one's mother. But her daughter was another matter. My mother's first memories, apart from being cuddled by her mother, are of being bullied by the younger members of Dr. Xia's family. She would try not to cry out and to hide her bruises and cuts from her mother, but my grandmother knew what was going on. She never said anything to Dr. Xia, as she did not want to upset him or create more problems for him with his children. But my mother was miserable. She often begged to be taken back to her grandparents' house, or to the house General Xu had bought, where everyone had treated her like a princess. But she soon realized she should stop asking to go home, as this only brought tears to her mother's eyes. My mother's closest friends were her pets. She had an owl, a black myna bird which could say a few simple phrases, a hawk, a cat, white mice and some grasshoppers and crickets, which she kept in glass bottles. Apart from her mother, her only close human friend was Dr. Sha's coachman, Big Old Lee. He was a tough, leathery-skinned man from the Hingganans in the far north, where the borders of China, Mongolia, and the Soviet Union meet. He had very dark skin, coarse hair, thick lips, and an upturned nose, all of which are very unusual among Chinese. In fact, he did not look Chinese at all. He was tall, thin, and wiry. His father had brought him up as a hunter and trapper, digging out ginseng roots and hunting bears, foxes, and deer. For a time they had done very well selling the skins, but they had eventually been put out of business by bandits, the worst of whom worked for the old marshal, Chang Solin. Big Old Lee referred to him as that bandit bastard. Later, when my mother was told the old marshal had been a staunch anti-Japanese patriot, she remembered Big Old Lee's mockery of the hero of the Northeast. Big Old Lee looked after my mother's pets, and used to take her out on expeditions with him. That winter he taught her to skate. In the spring, as the snow and ice were melting, they watched people performing the important annual ritual of sweeping the tombs and planting flowers on the graves of their ancestors. In summer they went fishing and gathering mushrooms, and in the autumn they drove out to the edge of town to shoot hares. In the long Manchurian evenings, when the wind howled across the plains and the ice froze on the inside of the windows, Big Old Lee would sit my mother on his knee on the warm kang and tell her fabulous stories about the mountains of the north. The images she took to bed were of mysterious tall trees, exotic flowers, colorful birds singing tuneful songs, and ginseng roots which were really little girls. After you dug them out, you had to tie a red string around them. Otherwise, they would run away. Big Old Lee also told my mother about animal lore. Tigers, which roamed the mountains of northern Manchuria, were kind-hearted and would not hurt human beings unless they felt threatened. He loved tigers, but bears were another matter. They were fierce and one should avoid them at all costs. If you did happen to meet one, you must stand still until it lowered its head. This was because the bear has a lock of hair on his forehead which falls over his eyes and blinds him when he drops his head. With a wolf you should not turn and run, because you could never outrun it. You should stand and face it head-on, looking as though you were not afraid. Then you should walk backwards very, very slowly. Many years later, Big Old Lee's advice was to save my mother's life. One day when she was 5 years old, my mother was in the garden talking to her pets, when Dr. Sha's grandchildren crowded around her in a gang. They started jostling her and calling her names, and then began to hit her and shove her around more violently. They forced her into a corner of the garden where there was a dried-up well and pushed her in. The well was quite deep, and she fell hard on the rubble at the bottom. Eventually someone heard her screams and called Big Old Lee, who came running with a ladder. The cook held it steady while he climbed in. By now my grandmother had arrived, frantic with worry. After a few minutes, Big Old Lee resurfaced, carrying my mother, who was half unconscious and covered with cuts and bruises. He put her in my grandmother's arms. My mother was taken inside, where Dr. Sha examined her. One hip bone was broken. For years afterward, it sometimes became dislocated, and the accident left her with a permanent slight limp. When Dr. Sha asked her what had happened, my mother said she had been pushed by number 6 grandson. My grandmother, ever attentive to Dr. Shi's moods, tried to shush her up because number 6 was his favorite. When Dr. Sha left the room, My grandmother told my mother not to complain about number 6 again so as not to upset Dr. Shah. For some time my mother was confined to the house because of her hip. The other children ostracized her completely. Immediately after this, Dr. Shah began to go away for several days at a time. He went to the provincial capital, Jinzhou, about 25 miles to the south, looking for a job. The atmosphere in the family was unbearable, and my mother's accident, which might easily have been fatal, convinced him that a move was essential. This was no small decision. In China, to have several generations of a family living under one roof was considered a great honor. Streets even had names like 5 generations under one roof. To commemorate such families, breaking up the extended family was viewed as a tragedy to be avoided at all costs. But Dr. Shah tried to put on a cheerful face to my grandmother, saying he would be glad to have less responsibility. My grandmother was vastly relieved, although she tried not to show it. In fact, she had been gently pushing Dr. Shah to move. Especially after what happened to my mother. She had had enough of the extended family, always glacially present, icily willing her to be miserable and in which she had neither privacy nor company. Dr. Shah divided his property up among the members of his family. The only things he kept for himself were the gifts which had been bestowed on his ancestors by the Manchu emperors. To the widow of his eldest son he gave all his land. The second son inherited the medicine shop, and the house was left to his youngest son. He saw to it that big old Li and the other servants were well taken care of. When he asked my grandmother if she would mind being poor, she said she would be happy just to have her daughter and himself. If you have love, even plain cold water is sweet. On a freezing December day in 1936, the family gathered outside the front gate to see them off. They were all dry-eyed except Gay, the only son who had backed the marriage. Big old Li drove them in the horse-drawn carriage to the station where my mother said a tearful goodbye to him. But she became excited when they got on the train. This was the first time she had been on a train since she was a year old, and she was thrilled, jumping up and down as she looked out the window. Jinzhou was a big city, with a population of almost 100,000, the capital of one of the 9 provinces of Manchukuo. It lies about 10 miles inland from the sea, where Manchuria approaches the Great Wall. Like Yixian, it was a walled town, but it was growing fast and had already spread well beyond its walls. It boasted a number of textile factories and 2 oil refineries. It was an important railroad junction, and even had its own airport. The Japanese had occupied it in early January 1932. After heavy fighting, Jinzhou was in a highly strategic location, and had played a central role in the takeover of Manchuria, its seizure becoming the focus of a major diplomatic dispute between the United States and Japan, and a key episode in the long chain of events which ultimately led to Pearl Harbor 10 years later. When the Japanese began their attack on Manchuria in September 1930, the young Marshal Chang Shoulang was forced to abandon his capital Mukden to the Japanese. He decamped to Jinzhou with some 200,000 troops and set up his headquarters there. In one of the first such attacks in history, the Japanese bombed the city from the air. When the Japanese troops entered Jinzhou, they went on a rampage. This was the town where Dr. Shah, now age 66, had to start again from the bottom. He could only afford to rent a mud hut about 10 by 8 feet in size in a very poor part of town, a low-lying area by a river under a levee. Most of the local shack owners were too poor to afford a proper roof. They laid pieces of corrugated iron over their 4 walls and put heavy stones on top to try to stop them from being blown away in the frequent high winds. The area was right on the edge of the town on the other side of the river were sorghum fields. When they first arrived in December, the brown earth was frozen solid and so was the river, which was about 30 yards wide at this point. In the spring, as the ice thawed, the ground around the hut turned to a quagmire and the stench of sewage, kept down in winter because it immediately froze, permanently lodged in their nostrils. In the summer, the area was infested with mosquitoes, and floods were a constant worry because the river rose well above the level of the houses and the embankments were poorly maintained. My mother's overwhelming impression was of almost unbearable cold. Every activity, not just sleeping, had to take place on the cane, which took up most of the space in the hut, apart from a small stove in one corner. All three of them had to sleep together on the cane. There was no electricity or running water. The toilet was a mud shack with a communal pit. Right opposite the house was a brightly painted temple dedicated to the god of fire. People coming to pray in it would tie their horses up in front of the Shia's shack. When it got warmer, Shia would take my mother for walks along the riverbank in the evenings and recite classical poetry to her against the background of the magnificent sunsets. My grandmother would not accompany them. There was no custom of husbands and wives taking walks together, and in any case her bound feet meant that walking could never be a pleasure for her. They were on the edge of starvation. In Yixian, the family had had a supply of food from Dr. Sha's own land, which meant they always had some rice, even after the Japanese had taken their cut. Now their income was sharply down, and the Japanese were appropriating a far greater proportion of the available food. Much of what was produced locally was forcibly exported to Japan, and the large Japanese army in Manchuria took most of the remaining rice and wheat for itself. The local population could occasionally get hold of some maize or sorghum, but even these were scarce. The main food was acorn meal, which tasted and smelled revolting. My grandmother had never experienced such poverty, but this was the happiest time of her life. Dr. Xie loved her, and she had her daughter with her all the 6 months. She was no longer forced to go through any of the tedious Manchu rituals, and the tiny mud hut was filled with laughter. She and Dr. Xie sometimes passed the long evenings playing cards. The rules were that if Dr. Xie lost, my grandmother would smack him 3 times, and if she lost, Dr. Xie would kiss her 3 times. My grandmother had many women friends in the neighborhood, which was something new for her. As the wife of a doctor, she was respected even though he was not well off. After years of being humiliated and treated as chattel, she was now truly surrounded by freedom. Every now and then she and her friends would put on an old Manchu performance for themselves, playing hand drums while they sang and danced. The tunes they played consisted of very simple, repetitive notes and rhythms, and the women made up the lyrics as they went along. The married women sang about their sex lives and the virgins asked questions about sex. Being mostly illiterate, the women used this as a way to learn about the facts of life. Through their singing, they also talked to each other about their lives and their husbands, and passed on their gossip. My grandmother loved these gatherings, and would often practice for them at home. She would sit on the cane, shaking the hand drum with her left hand and singing to the beat, composing the lyrics as she went along. Often Dr. Xia would suggest words. My mother was too young to be taken along to the gatherings, but she could watch my grandmother rehearsing. She was fascinated and particularly wanted to know what words Dr. Xia had suggested. She knew they must be great fun because he and her mother laughed so much. But when her mother repeated them for her, she fell into clouds and fog. She had no idea what they meant. But life was tough. Every day was a battle just to survive. Rice and wheat were only available on the black market. So my grandmother began selling off some of the jewelry General Jue had given her. She ate almost nothing herself, saying she had already eaten or that she was not hungry and would eat later. When Dr. Xie found out she was selling her jewelry, he insisted she stop. "I am an old man," he said. "Someday I will die, and you will have to rely on those jewels to survive." Dr. Xia was working as a salaried doctor attached to another man's medicine shop, which did not give him much chance to display his skill. But he worked hard, and gradually his reputation began to grow. Soon he was invited to go on his first visit to a patient's home. When he came back that evening, he was carrying a package wrapped in a cloth. He winked at my mother and his wife and asked them to guess what was inside the package. My mother's eyes were glued to the steaming bundle, and even before she could shout out, "Steamed rolls," she was already tearing the package open. As she was devouring the rolls, she looked up and met Dr. Xia's twinkling eyes. More than 50 years later, she can still remember his look of happiness. My grandmother, Mama, a Nanchu doctor, 77, and even today she says she cannot remember any food as delicious as those simple wheat rolls. Home visits were important to doctors, because the families would pay the doctor who made the call rather than his employer. When the patients were happy or rich, the doctors would often be given handsome rewards. Grateful patients would also give doctors valuable presents at New Year and on other special occasions. After a number of home visits, Dr. Xia's circumstances began to improve. His reputation began to spread, too. One day, the wife of the provincial governor fell into a coma, and he called in Dr. Xia, who managed to restore her to consciousness. This was considered almost the equivalent of bringing a person back from the grave. The governor ordered a plaque to be made on which he wrote in his own hand, "Dr. Xia, who gives life to people and society." He ordered the plaque to be carried through the town in procession. Soon afterward, the governor came to Dr. Xia for a different kind of help. He had one wife and 12 concubines, but not one of them had borne him a child. The governor had heard that Dr. Xia was particularly skilled in questions of fertility. Xia prescribed potions for the governor and his 13 consorts, several of whom became pregnant. In fact, the problem had been the governor's, but the diplomatic Dr. Xia treated the wife and the concubines as well. The governor was overjoyed, and wrote an even larger plaque for Dr. Xia inscribed, "The reincarnation of Kuan-Yin, the Buddhist goddess of fertility and kindness." The new plaque was carried to Dr. Xia's house with an even larger procession than the first one. After this, people came to see Dr. Xia from as far away as Harbin, 400 miles to the north. He became known as one of the 4 famous doctors of Manchukuo. By the end of 1937, a year after they had arrived in Zhengzhou, Dr. Xia was able to move to a bigger house just outside the old north gate of the city. It was far superior to the shack by the river. Instead of mud, it was made of red brick. Instead of one room, it had no fewer than 3 bedrooms. Xia was able to set up his own practice again and used the sitting room as his surgery. The house occupied the south side of a big courtyard which was shared with 2 other families, but only Dr. Xia's house had a door which opened directly into it. The other 2 houses faced out onto the street and had solid walls on the courtyard side without even a window looking onto it. When they wanted to get into the courtyard, they had to go around through a gate from the street. The north side of the courtyard was a solid wall. In the courtyard were cypresses and Chinese ilex trees on which the 3 families used to hang up clothesline. There were also some roses of Sharon which were tough enough to survive the harsh winters. During the summer, my grandmother would put out her favorite annuals, white-edged morning glory, chrysanthemums, dahlias, and garden balsam. My grandmother and Dr. Xia never had any children together. He subscribed to a theory that a man over the age of 65 should not ejaculate, so as to conserve his sperm, which was considered the essence of a man. Years later, my grandmother told my mother somewhat mysteriously that through Qigong, Dr. Xia developed a technique which enabled him to have an orgasm without ejaculating. For a man of his age, he enjoyed extraordinary health. He was never ill and took a cold shower every day, even in temperatures of -IOF. He never touched alcohol or tobacco, in keeping with the injunctions of the quasi-religious sect to which he belonged, the Zai Li Hui Society of Reason. Although he was a doctor himself, Dr. Xia was not keen on taking medicine, insisting that the way to good health was a sound body. He adamantly opposed any treatment which in his opinion cured one part of the body while doing damage to another, and would not use strong medicines because of the side effects they might have. My mother and grandmother often had to take medicines behind his back. When they did fall ill, he would always bring in another doctor, who was a traditional Chinese doctor but also a shaman, and believed that some ailments were caused by evil spirits, which had to be placated or exorcised by special religious techniques. Chapter 3. They all say what a happy place Menchukuo is life under the Japanese 1938-1945. My mother was happy. For the first time in her life she felt warmth all around her. No longer did she feel tension as she had for the 2 years at her grandparents', and there was none of the bullying she had undergone for a whole year from Dr. Xia's grandchildren. She was particularly excited by the festivals which came around almost every month. There was no concept of the work week among ordinary Chinese. Only government offices, schools, and Japanese factories had a day off on Sunday. For other people, only festivals provided a break from the daily routine. On the 23rd day of the 12th moon, 7 days before the Chinese New Year, the winter festival began. According to legend, this was the day when the kitchen god, who had been living above the stove with his wife in the form of their portraits, went up to heaven to report on the behavior of the family to the celestial emperor. A good report would bring the family abundant food in the kitchen in the coming year. So on this day, every household would busily kowtow to the portraits of Lord and Lady Kitchen God before they were set ablaze to signify their ascent to heaven. Grandmother would always ask my mother to stick some honey on their lips. She would also burn lifelike miniature horses and figures of servants which she made out of sorghum plants, so the royal couple would have extra special service to make them happier and thus more inclined to say many nice things about the Shias to the celestial emperor. The next few days were spent preparing all sons of food. Meat was cut into special shapes, and rice and soybeans were ground into powder and made into buns, rolls, and dumplings. The food was put into the cellar to wait for the new year. With the temperature as low as -2 OF, the cellar was a natural refrigerator. At midnight on Chinese New Year's Eve, a huge burst of fireworks was let off, to my mother's great excitement. She would follow her mother and Dr. Xia outside and kowtow in the direction from which the god of fortune was supposed to be coming. All along the street, people were doing the same. Then they would greet each other with the words, "May you run into good fortune." At Chinese New Year, people gave each other presents. When dawn lit up the white paper in the windows to the east, my mother would jump out of bed and hurry into her new finery. New jacket, new trousers, new socks, and new shoes. Then she and her mother called on neighbors and friends, kowtowing to all the adults. For every bang of her head on the floor, she got a red wrapper with money inside. These packets were to last her the whole year as pocket money. For the next 15 days, the adults went round paying visits and wishing each other good fortune. Good fortune, namely money, was an obsession with most ordinary Chinese. People were poor, and in the Xia household, like many others, the only time meat was in reasonably abundant supply was at festival time. The festivities would culminate on the 15th day with a carnival procession followed by a lantern show after dark. The procession centered on an inspection visit by the god of fire. The god would be carried around the neighborhood to warn people of the danger of fire. With most houses partly made of timber and the climate dry and windy, fire was a constant hazard and source of terror, and the statue of the god in the temple used to receive offerings all year round. The procession started at the temple of the god of fire in front of the mud hut where the Shias had lived when they first came to Jinzhou. A replica of the statue, a giant with red hair, beard, eyebrows, and cloak, was carried on an open sedan chair by 8 young men. It was followed by writhing dragons and lions, each made up of several men, and by floats, stilts, and yangei dancers who waved the ends of a long piece of colorful silk tied around their waists. Fireworks, drums, and cymbals made a thundering noise. My mother skipped along behind the procession. Almost every household displayed tantalizing foods along the route as offerings to the deity, but she noticed that the deity jolted by rather quickly, not touching any of it. Goodwill for the gods, offerings for the human stomachs, her mother told her. In those days of scarcity, my mother looked forward keenly to the festivals, when she could satisfy her stomach. She was quite indifferent to those occasions which had poetic rather than gastronomic associations, and would wait impatiently for her mother to guess the riddles, stuck on the splendid lanterns hung at people's front doors during the Lantern Festival, or for her mother to tour the chrysanthemums in people's gardens on the 9th day of the 9th moon. During the fair of the town god's temple one year, my grandmother showed her a row of clay sculptures in the temple, all redecorated and painted for the occasion. They were scenes of hell, showing people being punished for their sins. My grandmother pointed out a clay figure whose tongue was being pulled out at least a foot while simultaneously being cut up by 2 devils with spiky hair standing on end like hedgehogs and eyes bulging like frogs. The man being tortured had been a liar in his previous life, she said, and this was what would happen to my mother if she told lies. There were about a dozen groups of statues set amid the buzzing crowds and the mouth-watering food stalls, each one illustrating a moral lesson. My grandmother cheerfully showed my mother one horrible scene after another. But when they came to one group of figures, she whisked her by without any explanation. Only some years later did my mother find out that it depicted a woman being sawed in half by 2 men. The woman was a widow who had remarried, and she was being sawed in half by her 2 husbands because she had been the property of both of them. In those days, many widows were frightened by this prospect and remained loyal to their dead husbands no matter how much misery that entailed. Some even killed themselves if they were forced by their families to remarry. My mother realized that her mother's decision to marry Dr. Xia had not been an easy one. My mother was nearly 7. She was very bright and very keen to study. Her parents thought she should begin school as soon as the new school year started, immediately after Chinese New Year. Education was tightly controlled by the Japanese, especially the history and ethics courses. Japanese, not Chinese, was the official language in the schools. Above, the 4th form in elementary school teaching was entirely in Japanese, and most of the teachers were Japanese. On 11 September 1939, when my mother was in her 2nd year in elementary school, the Emperor of Manchukuo, Puyi, and his wife came to Jinzhou on an official visit. My mother was chosen to present flowers to the Empress on her arrival. A large crowd stood on a gaily decorated dais, all holding yellow paper flags in the colors of Manchukuo. My mother was given a huge bouquet of flowers, and she was full of self-confidence as she stood next to the brass band and a group of VIPs in morning coats. A boy about the same age as my mother was standing stiffly near her with a bouquet of flowers to present to Puyi. As the royal couple appeared, the band struck up the Manchukuo national anthem. Everyone sprang to attention. My mother stepped forward and curtsied, expertly balancing her bouquet. The Empress was wearing a white dress and very fine long white gloves up to her elbows. My mother thought she looked extremely beautiful. She managed to snatch a glance at Puyi, who was in military uniform. Behind his thick spectacles, she thought he had piggy eyes. Apart from the fact that she was a star pupil, one reason my mother was chosen to present flowers to the Empress was that she always filled in her nationality on registration forms as Manchu. Like Dr. Xia, and Manchukuo was supposed to be the Manchus' own independent state. Puyi was particularly useful to the Japanese because, as far as most people were concerned, if they thought about it at all, they were still under the Manchu emperor. Dr. Xia considered himself a loyal subject, and my grandmother took the same view. Traditionally, an important way in which a woman expressed her love for her man was by agreeing with him in everything. And this came naturally to my grandmother. She was so contented with Dr. Xia that she did not want to turn her mind even slightly in the direction of disagreement. At school, my mother was taught that her country was Manchukuo and that among its neighboring countries there were two republics of China. One hostile, led by Chiang Kai-shek, the other friendly, headed by Wang Jingwei, Japan's puppet ruler of part of China. She was taught no concept of a China of which Manchuria was part. The pupils were educated to be obedient subjects of Manchukuo. One of the first songs my mother learned was "Red Boys and Green Gifts Walk on the Streets. They all say what a happy place Manchukuo is. Live under the Japanese. You are happy, and I am happy. Everyone lives peacefully and works joyfully, free of any worries." The teacher said that Manchukuo was a paradise on earth. But even at her age, my mother could see that if the place could be called a paradise, it was only for the Japanese. Japanese children attended separate schools, which were well-equipped and well-heated, with shining floors and clean windows. The schools for the local children were in dilapidated temples and crumbling houses donated by private patrons. There was no heating. In winter, the whole class often had to run around the block in the middle of a lesson or engage in collective foot stamping to ward off the cold. Not only were the teachers mainly Japanese, they also used Japanese methods, hitting the children as a matter of course. The slightest mistake or failure to observe the prescribed rules and etiquette, such as a girl having her hair half an inch below her earlobes, was punished with blows. Both gifts and boys were slapped on the face, hard, and boys were frequently struck on the head with a wooden club. Another punishment was to be made to kneel for hours in the snow. When local children passed a Japanese in the street, they had to bow and make way, even if the Japanese was younger than themselves. Japanese children would often stop local children and slap them for no reason at all. The pupils had to bow elaborately to their teachers every time they met them. My mother joked to her friends that a Japanese teacher passing by was like a whirlwind sweeping through a field of grass you just saw, the grass bending as the wind blew by. Many adults bowed to the Japanese, too, for fear of offending them, but the Japanese presence did not impinge greatly on the Jias at first. Middle and lower echelon positions were held by locals, both Manchus and Chinese. Like my great-grandfather, who kept his job as deputy police chief of Yuxian. By 1940, there were about 15,000 Japanese in Jinzhou. The people living in the next house to the Xians were Japanese, and my grandmother was friendly with them. The husband was a government official. Every morning his wife would stand outside the gate with their 3 children and bow deeply to him as he got into a rickshaw to go to work. After that, she would start her own work, kneading coal dust into balls for fuel. For reasons my grandmother and my mother never understood, she always wore white gloves, which became filthy in no time. The Japanese woman often visited my grandmother. She was lonely, with her husband hardly ever at home. She would bring a little sake, and my grandmother would prepare some snacks, like soy-pickled vegetables. My grandmother spoke a little Japanese, and the Japanese woman a little Chinese. They hummed songs to each other and shed tears together when they became emotional. They often helped in each other's gardens, too. The Japanese neighbor had very smart gardening tools, which my grandmother admired greatly, and my mother was often invited over to play in her garden. But the CIs could not avoid hearing what the Japanese were doing. In the vast expanses of northern Manchuria villages, were being burned, and the surviving population herded into strategic hamlets. Over 5 million people, about a sixth of the population, lost their homes, and tens of thousands died. Laborers were worked to death in mines under Japanese guards to produce exports to Japan, for Manchuria was particularly rich in natural resources. Many were deprived of salt and did not have the energy to run away. Dr. Xia had argued for a long time that the emperor did not know about the evil things being done because he was a virtual prisoner of the Japanese. But when Puyi changed the way he referred to Japan from our friendly neighbor to the elder brother country and finally to parent country, Xia banged his fist on the table and called him that famous coward. Even then, he said he was not sure how much responsibility the emperor should bear for the atrocities, until two traumatic events changed the Xia's world. One day in late 1945, Dr. Xia was in his surgery when a man he had never seen came into the room. He was dressed in rags and his emaciated body was bent almost double. The man explained that he was a railway coolie and that he had been having agonizing stomach pains. His work involved carrying heavy loads from dawn to dusk for 65 days a year. He did not know how he could go on, but if he lost his job, he would not be able to support his wife and newborn baby. Dr. Xia told him his stomach could not digest the coarse food he had to eat. On 1 June 1939, the government had announced that henceforth rice was reserved for the Japanese and a small number of collaborators. Most of the local population had to subsist on a diet of acorn meal and sorghum, which were difficult to digest. Dr. Xia gave the man some medicine free of charge, and asked my grandmother to give him a small bag of rice which she had bought illegally on the black market. Not long afterward, Dr. Xie heard that the man had died in a forced labor camp. After leaving the surgery, he had eaten the rice, gone back to work, and then vomited at the railway yard. A Japanese guard had spotted rice in his vomit, and he had been arrested as an economic criminal and hauled off to a camp. In his weakened state, he survived only a few days. When his wife heard what had happened to him, she drowned herself with their baby. The incident plunged Dr. Xia and my grandmother into deep grief. They felt responsible for the man's death. Many times Dr. Xia would say, "Rice can murder as well as save. A small bagful, 3 lives." He started to call Puyi that tyrant. Shortly after this, tragedy struck closer to home. Dr. Xia's youngest son was working as a school teacher in Yuxian. As in every school in Manchukuo, there was a big portrait of Puyi in the office of the Japanese headmaster, which everyone had to salute when they entered the room. One day, Dr. Xia's son forgot to bow to Puyi. The headmaster shouted at him to bow at once, and slapped him so hard across the face he knocked him off balance. Dr. Xia's son was enraged. "Do I have to bend double every day? Can I not stand up straight even for a moment? I have just done my obeisance in morning assembly." The headmaster slapped him again and barked, "This is your emperor. You Manchurians need to be taught elementary propriety." Dr. Xia's son shouted back, "Big deal. It's only a piece of paper." At that moment, 2 other teachers, both locals, came by and managed to stop him from saying anything more incriminating. He recovered his self-control and eventually forced himself to perform a bow of sorts to the portrait. That evening a friend came to his house and told him that word was out that he had been branded a thought criminal, an offense which was punishable by imprisonment and possibly death. He ran away, and his family never heard of him again. Probably he was caught and died in prison or else in a labor camp. Dr. Shah never recovered from the blow, which turned him into a determined foe of Manchukuo and of Puyi. This was not the end of the story. Because of his brother's crime, local thugs began to harass Dagoi, Dr. Shaya's only surviving son, demanding protection money and claiming he had failed in his duty as the elder brother. He paid up, but the gangsters only demanded more. In the end, he had to sell the medicine shop and leave Yishan for Mukden, where he opened a new shop. By now, Dr. Shaya was becoming more and more successful. He treated Japanese as well as locals. Sometimes, after treating a senior Japanese officer or collaborator, he would say, "I wish he were dead." But his personal views never affected his professional attitude. "A patient is a human being," he used to say. That is all a doctor should think about. He should not mind what kind of a human being he is. My grandmother had meanwhile brought her mother to Jinzhou. When she left home to marry Dr. Xia, her mother had been left alone in the house with her husband, who despised her, and the two Mongolian concubines who hated her. She began to suspect that the concubines wanted to poison her and her small son Yulin. She always used silver chopsticks, as the Chinese believe that silver will turn black if it comes into contact with poison. And she never touched her food or let Yulin touch it until she had tested it out on her dog. One day, a few months after my grandmother had left the house, the dog dropped dead. For the first time in her life, she had a big row with her husband, and with the support of her mother-in-law, old Mrs. Yang, she moved out with Yulin into rented accommodation. Old Miss Yang was so disgusted with her son that she left home with them and never saw her son again except at her deathbed. In the first 3 years, Mr. Yang reluctantly sent them a monthly allowance, but at the beginning of 1939 this stopped, and Dr. Xia and my grandmother had to support the 3 of them. In those days there was no maintenance law, as there was no proper legal system, so a wife was entirely at the mercy of her husband. When old Mrs. Yang died in 1942, my great-grandmother and Yulin moved to Jinzhou and went to live in Dr. Sha's house. She considered herself and her son to be second-class citizens, living on charity. She spent her time washing the family's clothes and cleaning up obsessively, nervously obsequious toward her daughter and Dr. Sha. She was a pious Buddhist, and every day in her prayers asked Buddha not to reincarnate her as a woman. "Let me become a cat or a dog, but not a woman," was her constant murmur as she shuffled around the house, oozing apology with every step. My grandmother had also brought her sister Lan, whom she loved dearly, to Jinzhou. Lan had married a man in Yixian who turned out to be a homosexual. He had offered her to a rich uncle for whom he worked and who owned a vegetable oil factory. The uncle had raped several female members of the household, including his young granddaughter. Because he was the head of the family, wielding immense power over all its members, Lan did not dare resist him. But when her husband offered her to his uncle's business partner, she refused. My grandmother had to pay the husband to disown her, XU, as a woman could not ask for a divorce. My grandmother brought her to Jinzhou, where she was remarried to a man called Pio. Pio was a warder in the prison, and the couple often visited my grandmother. Pio's stories made my mother's hair stand on end. The prison was crammed with political prisoners. Pio often said how brave they were and how they would curse the Japanese even as they were being tortured. Torture was standard practice, and the prisoners received no medical treatment. Their wounds were just left to rot. Dr. Xia offered to go and treat the prisoners. On one of his first visits, he was introduced by Peo to a friend of his called Dong, an executioner who operated the garrote. The prisoner was tied to a chair with a rope around his neck. The rope was then slowly tightened. Death was excruciatingly slow. Dr. Shah knew from his brother-in-law that Dong's conscience was troubled and that whenever he was due to garrote someone, he had to get himself drunk beforehand. Dr. Shah invited Dong to his house. He offered him gifts and suggested that perhaps he could avoid tightening the rope all the way. Dong said he would see what he could do. There was usually a Japanese guard or a trusted collaborator present, but sometimes if the victim was not important enough, the Japanese did not bother to show up. At other times, they left before the prisoner was actually dead. On such occasions, Dong hinted he could stop the garrote before the prisoner died. After prisoners were garroted, their bodies were put into thin wooden boxes and taken on a cart to a stretch of barren land on the outskirts of town called South Hill, where they were tipped into a shallow pit. The place was infested with wild dogs who lived on the corpses. Baby gifts who had been killed by their families, which was common in those days, were also often dumped in the pit. Dr. Shah struck up a relationship with the old cart driver and gave him money from time to time. Occasionally, the driver would come into the surgery and start rambling on about life in an apparently incoherent way, but eventually he would begin talking about the graveyard. I told the dead souls it was not my fault they had ended up there. I told them that, for my part, I wished them well. Come back next year for your anniversary, dead souls. But in the meantime, if you wish to fly away to look for better bodies to be reincarnated in, go in the direction your head is pointed. That is a good path for you. Dong and the cart driver never spoke to each other about what they were doing, and Dr. Shah never knew how many people they had saved. After the war, the rescued corpses chipped in and raised money for Dong to buy a house and some land. The cart driver had died. 19. One man whose life they helped save was a distant cousin of my grandmother's called Han Chen, who had been an important figure in the resistance movement. Because Jinzhou was the main railway junction north of the Great Wall, it became the assembly point for the Japanese in their assault on China proper, which started in July 1937. Security was extremely tight, and Han Chen's organization was infiltrated by a spy, and the entire group was arrested. They were all tortured. First, water with hot chiles was forced down their noses. Then their faces were slapped with a shoe which had sharp nails sticking out of the sole. Then most of them were executed. For a long time the Sayas thought Han Chen was dead, until one day Uncle Pio told them that he was still alive, but about to be executed. Dr. Shah immediately contacted Dong. On the night of the execution, Dr. Shah and my grandmother went to South Hill with a carriage. They parked behind a clump of trees and waited. They could hear the wild dogs rummaging around by the pit, from which rose the sickly stench of decomposing flesh. At last a cart appeared. Through the darkness they could dimly see the old driver climbing down and tipping some bodies out of wooden boxes. They waited for him to drive off and then went over to the pit. After groping among the corpses they found Han Chen, but could not tell if he was dead or alive. Eventually they realized he was still breathing. He had been so badly tortured he could not walk. So with great effort they lifted him into the carriage and drove him back to their house. They hid him in a tiny room in the innermost corner of the house. Its one door led into my mother's room, to which the only other access was from her parents' bedroom. No one would ever go into the room by chance. As the house was the only one which had direct access to the courtyard, Han Chen could exercise there in safety, as long as someone kept watch. There was the danger of a raid by the police or the local neighborhood committees. Early on in the occupation, the Japanese had set up a widespread system of neighborhood control. They made the local big shots the heads of these units, and these neighborhood bosses helped collect taxes and kept a round-the-clock watch for lawless elements. It was a form of institutionalized gangsterism in which protection and informing were the keys to power. The Japanese also offered large rewards for turning people in. The Manchukuo police were less of a threat than ordinary civilians. In fact, many of the police were quite anti-Japanese. One of their main jobs was to check people's registration, and they used to carry out frequent house-to-house searches. But they would announce their arrival by shouting out, checking registrations, so that anyone who wanted to hide had plenty of time. Whenever Han Chen or my grandmother heard this shout, she would hide him in a pile of dried sorghum stacked in the end room for fuel. The police would saunter into the house and sit down and have a cup of tea, telling my grandmother rather apologetically, "All this is just a formality, you know." At the time, my mother was 11. Even though her parents did not tell her what was going on, she knew she must not talk about Han Shen being in the house. She learned discretion from childhood. Slowly, my grandmother nursed Han Chen back to health. And after 3 months, he was well enough to move on. It was an emotional farewell. "Elder sister and elder brother-in-law," he said. "I will never forget that I owe my life to you. As soon as I have the chance, I will repay my great debt to you both." 3 years later, he came back and was as good as his word. As part of their education, my mother and her classmates had to watch newsreels of Japan's progress in the war. Far from being ashamed of their brutality, the Japanese vaunted it as a way to inculcate fear. The films showed Japanese soldiers cutting people in half and prisoners tied to stakes being torn to pieces by dogs. There were lingering close-ups of the victims' terror-stricken eyes as their attackers came at them. The Japanese watched the 11 and 12-year-old schoolgirls to make sure they did not shut their eyes or try to stick a handkerchief in their mouths to stifle their screams. My mother had nightmares for years to come. During 1942, with their armies stretched out across China, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific Ocean, the Japanese found themselves running short of labor. My mother's whole class was conscripted to work in a textile factory, as were the Japanese children. The local girls had to walk about 4 miles each way. The Japanese children went by truck. The local girls got a thin gruel made from moldy maize with dead worms floating in it. The Japanese girls had packed lunches with meat, vegetables, and fruit. The Japanese girls had easy jobs, like cleaning windows. But the local girls had to operate complex spinning machines, which were highly demanding and dangerous even for adults. Their main job was to reconnect broken threads while the machines were running at speed. If they did not spot the broken thread or reconnect it fast enough, they would be savagely beaten by the Japanese supervisor. The girls were terrified. The combination of nervousness, cold, hunger, and fatigue led to many accidents. Over half of my mother's fellow pupils suffered injuries. One day my mother saw a shuttle spin out of a machine and knock out the eye of the girl next to her. All the way to the hospital, the Japanese supervisor scolded the girl for not being careful enough. After the stint in the factory, my mother moved up into junior high school. Times had changed since my grandmother's youth, and young women were no longer confined to the 4 walls of their home. It was socially acceptable for women to get a high school education. However, boys and girls received different educations. For girls, the aim was to turn them into gracious wives and good mothers, as the school motto put it. They learned what the Japanese called the way of a woman: looking after a household, cooking and sewing, the tea ceremony, flower arrangement, embroidery, drawing, and the appreciation of art. The single most important thing imparted was how to please one's husband. This included how to dress, how to do one's hair, how to bow, and above all, how to obey without question. As my grandmother put it, my mother seemed to have rebellious bones, and learned almost none of these skills, even cooking. Some exams took the form of practical assignments, such as preparing a particular dish or arranging flowers. The examination board was made up of local officials, both Japanese and Chinese, and as well as assessing the exams, they also sized up the girls. Photos of them wearing 3 prints they had designed themselves were put up on the notice board with their assignments. Japanese officials often picked fiancés from among the girls, as intermarriage between Japanese men and local women was encouraged. Some girls were also selected to go to Japan to be married to men they had not met. Quite often the girls, or rather their families, were willing. Toward the end of the occupation, one of my mother's friends was chosen to go to Japan, but she missed the ship and was still in Jamjo when the Japanese surrendered. My mother looked askance at her. In contrast with their Chinese Mandarin predecessors who shunned physical activity, the Japanese were keen on sports, which my mother loved. She had recovered from her hip injury and was a good runner. Once she was selected to run in an important race. She trained for weeks and was all keyed up for the big day. But a few days before the race, the coach, who was Chinese, took her aside and asked her not to try to win. He said he could not explain why. My mother understood. She knew the Japanese did not like to be beaten by the Chinese at anything. There was one other local girl in the race, and the coach asked my mother to pass on the same advice to her, but not to tell her that it came from him. On the day of the race, my mother did not even finish in the first 6. Her friends could tell she was not trying, but the other local girl could not bear to hold back, and came in first. The Japanese soon took their revenge. Every morning there was an assembly presided over by the headmaster, who was nicknamed Donkey because his name, when read in the Chinese way, Mao, sounded like the word for donkey, Mao. He would bark out orders in harsh, guttural tones for the 4 low bows toward the 4 designated points. First, distant worship of the imperial capital in the direction of Tokyo. Then distant worship of the national capital toward Sinking, the capital of Manchukuo. Next, devoted worship of the celestial emperor, meaning the emperor of Japan. Finally, devoted worship of the imperial portrait, this time to the portrait of Puyi. After this came a shallower bow to the teachers. On this particular morning, after the bowing was completed, the girl who had won the race the day before was suddenly dragged out of her row by Donkey, who claimed that her bow to Puyi had been less than 90 degrees. He slapped and kicked her and announced that she was being expelled. This was a catastrophe for her and her family. Her parents hurriedly married her off to a petty government official. After Japan's defeat, her husband was branded as a collaborator, and as a result the only job his wife could get was in a chemical plant. There were no pollution controls. And when my mother went back to Jinzhou in 1984 and tracked her down, she had gone almost blind from the chemicals. She was wry about the ironies of her life. Having beaten the Japanese in a race, she had ended up being treated as a kind of collaborator. Even so, she said she had no regrets about winning the race. It was difficult for people in Manchukuo to get much idea of what was happening in the rest of the world or of how Japan was faring in the war. The fighting was a long way away, news was strictly censored, and the radio churned out nothing but propaganda. But they got a sense that Japan was in trouble from a number of signs, especially the worsening food situation. The first real news came in summer 1943 when the newspapers reported that one of Japan's allies, Italy, had surrendered. By the middle of 1944, some Japanese civilians staffing government offices in Manchukuo were being conscripted. Then, on 19 July 1944, American B-29s appeared in the sky over Jinzhou for the first time, though they did not bomb the city. The Japanese ordered even household to dig air raid shelters, and there was a compulsory air raid drill every day at school. One day, a girl in my mother's class picked up a fire extinguisher and squirted it at a Japanese teacher whom she particularly loathed. Previously, this would have brought dire retribution, but now she was allowed to get away with it. The Fayad was turning. There had been a long-standing campaign to catch flies and rats. The pupils had to chop off the rats' tails, put them in envelopes, and hand them in to the police. The flies had to be put in glass bottles. The police counted every rat tail and every dead fly. One day in 1944, when my mother handed in a glass bottle full to the brim with flies, the Manchukuo policeman said to her, "Not enough for a meal." When he saw the surprised look on her face, he said, "Don't you know? The nips like dead flies. They fry them and eat them." My mother could see from the cynical gleam in his eye that he no longer regarded the Japanese as awesome. My mother was excited and full of anticipation. But during the autumn of 1944, a dark cloud had appeared. Her home did not seem to be as happy as before. She sensed there was discord between her parents. Chapter 4. Slaves who have no country of your own, ruled by different masters, 1945-1947. The 15th night of the 8th moon of the Chinese year was the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Festival of Family Union. On that night, my grandmother would place a table with melons, round cakes, and buns outside in the moonlight, in accordance with the custom. The reason this date was the Festival of Family Union is that the Chinese word for union, yuan, is the same as that for round or unbroken. The full autumn moon was supposed to look especially splendidly round at this time. All the items of food eaten on that day had to be round, too. In the silky moonlight, my grandmother would tell my mother stories about the moon. The largest shadow in it was a giant cassia tree which a certain Lord Wu Gang was spending his entire life trying to cut down. But the tree was enchanted and he was doomed to repeated failure. My mother would stare up into the sky and listen, fascinated. The full moon was mesmerizingly beautiful to her, but on that night she was not allowed to describe it, because she was forbidden by her mother to utter the word round, as Dr. Zhai's family had been broken up. Zha would be downcast for the whole day, and for several days before and after the festival. My grandmother would even lose her usual flair for storytelling. On the night of the festival in 1944, my mother and my grandmother were sitting under a trellis covered with winter melons and beans, gazing through the gaps in the shadowy leaves into the vast, cloudless sky. My mother started to say, "The moon is particularly round tonight," but my grandmother interrupted her sharply, then suddenly burst into tears. She rushed into the house and my mother heard her sobbing and shrieking, "Go back to your son and grandsons. Leave me and my daughter and go your own way." Then, in gasps between sobs, she said, "Was it my fault or yours that your son killed himself? Why should we have to bear the burden, year after year? It isn't me who is stopping you seeing your children. It is they who have refused to come and see you." Since they had left Yuxian, only Degui, Dr. Xie's second son, had visited them. My mother did not hear a sound from Dr. Xie. From then on, my mother felt there was something wrong. Dr. Xie became increasingly taciturn, and she instinctively avoided him. Every now and then my grandmother would become tearful and murmur to herself that she and Dr. Jia could never be completely happy with the heavy price they had paid for their love. She would hug my mother close and tell her that she was the only thing she had in her life. My mother was in an uncharacteristically melancholy mood as winter descended on Jinzhou. Even the appearance of a second flight of American B-29s in the clear, cold December sky failed to lift her spirits. The Japanese were becoming more and more edgy. One day, one of my mother's school friends got hold of a book by a banned Chinese writer. Looking for somewhere quiet to read, she went off into the countryside, where she found a cavern which she thought was an empty air raid shelter. Groping around in the dark, her hand touched what felt like a light switch. A piercing noise erupted. What she had touched was an alarm. She had stumbled into an arms depot. Her legs turned to jelly. She tried to run, but got only a couple of 100 yards before some Japanese soldiers caught her and dragged her away. 2 days later, the whole school was marched to a barren, snow-covered stretch of ground outside the West Gate, in a bend of the Xiaoling River. Local residents had also been summoned there by the neighborhood chiefs. The children were told they were to witness the punishment of an evil person who disobeys Great Japan. Suddenly, my mother saw her friend being hauled by Japanese guards to a spot right in front of her. The girl was in chains and could hardly walk. She had been tortured, and her face was so swollen that my mother could barely recognize her. Then the Japanese soldiers lifted their rifles and pointed them at the girl, who seemed to be trying to say something, but no sound came out. There was a crack of bullets, and the girl's body slumped as her blood began to drip onto the snow. Donkey, the Japanese headmaster, was scanning the rows of his pupils. With a tremendous effort, my mother tried to hide her emotions. She forced herself to look at the body of her friend, which by now was lying in a glistening red patch in the white snow. She heard someone trying to suppress sobs. It was Miss Tanaka, a young Japanese woman teacher whom she liked. In an instant, Donkey was on Miss Tanaka, slapping and kicking her. She fell to the ground and tried to roll out of the way of his boots, but he went on kicking her ferociously. She had betrayed the Japanese race, he bawled. Eventually, Donkey stopped, looked up at the pupils, and barked the order to march off. My mother took one last look at the crooked body of her teacher and the corpse of her friend and forced down her hate. 4. Slaves who have no country of your own, ruled by different masters. In May 1945, the news spread around Jinzhou that Germany had surrendered and that the war in Europe was over. U.S. planes were flying over the area much more often. B-19s were bombing other cities in Manchuria, though Jinzhou was not attacked. The feeling that Japan would soon be defeated swept through the city. On 8 August, my mother's school was ordered to go to a shrine to pray for the victory of Japan. The next day, Soviet and Mongolian troops entered Manchukuo. News came through that the Americans had dropped 2 atom bombs on Japan. The locals cheered the news. The following days were punctuated by air raid scares, and school stopped. My mother stayed at home helping to dig an air raid shelter. On 13 August, the Zayas heard that Japan was suing for peace. 2 days later, a Chinese neighbor who worked in the government rushed into their house to tell them there was going to be an important announcement on the radio. Dr. Zhaya stopped work and came and sat with my grandmother in the courtyard. The announcer said that the Japanese emperor had surrendered. Immediately afterward came the news that Puyi had abdicated as emperor of Manchukuo. People crowded into the streets in a state of high excitement. My mother went to her school to see what was happening there. The place seemed dead, except for a faint noise coming from one of the offices. She crept up to have a look through the window. She could see the Japanese teachers huddled together, weeping. She hardly slept a wink that night and was up at the crack of dawn. When she opened the front door in the morning, she saw a small crowd in the street. The bodies of a Japanese woman and 2 children were lying in the road. A Japanese officer had committed harakiri. His family had been lynched. One morning, a few days after the surrender, the Jayasei's Japanese neighbors were found dead. Some said they had poisoned themselves. All over Jinzhou, Japanese were committing suicide or being lynched. Japanese houses were looted, and my mother noticed that one of her poor neighbors suddenly had quite a lot of valuable items for sale. School children revenged themselves on their Japanese teachers and beat them up ferociously. Some Japanese left their babies on the doorsteps of local families in the hope that they would be saved. A number of Japanese women were raped. Many shaved their heads to try to pass as men. My mother was worried about Miss Tanaka, who was the only teacher at her school who never slapped the pupils and the only Japanese who had shown distress when my mother's school friend had been executed. She asked her parents if she could hide her in their house. My grandmother looked anxious but said nothing. Dr. Shah just nodded. My mother borrowed a set of clothes from her Aunt Lan, who was about the teacher's size, then went and found Miss Tanaka, who was barricaded in her apparunent. The clothes fit her well. She was taller than the average Japanese woman and could easily pass for a Chinese. In case anybody asked, they would say she was my mother's cousin. The Chinese have so many cousins. No one can keep track of them. She moved into the end room, which had once been Han Chen's refuge. In the vacuum left by the Japanese surrender and the collapse of the Manchukuo regime, the victims were not just Japanese. The city was in chaos. At night there were gunshots and frequent screams for help. The male members of the household, including my grandmother's 15-year-old brother Yulin and Dr. Shah's apprentices, took turns keeping guard on the roof every night, armed with stones, axes, and cleavers. Unlike my grandmother, my mother was not scared at all. My grandmother was amazed. "You have your father's blood in your veins," she used to say to her. The looting, raping, and killing continued until 8 days after the Japanese surrender, when the population was informed that a new army would be arriving, the Soviet Red Army. On 23 August, the neighborhood chiefs told residents to go to the railway station the next day to welcome the Russians. Shah and my grandmother stayed at home, but my mother joined the large, high-spirited crowd of young people holding colorful triangle-shaped paper flags. As the train pulled in, the crowd started waving their flags and shouting "Wula," the Chinese approximation of "Ura," the Russian word for hurrah. My mother had imagined the Soviet soldiers as victorious heroes with impressive beards riding on large horses. What she saw was a group of shabbily dressed, pale-skinned youths. Apart from the occasional fleeting glimpse of some mysterious figure in a passing car, these were the first white people my mother had ever seen. About 1,000 Soviet troops were stationed in Jinzhou, and when they first arrived, people felt grateful to them for helping to get rid of the Japanese. 4. Slaves who have no country of your own. Russians brought new problems. Schools had closed down when the Japanese surrendered, and my mother was getting private lessons. One day, on her way home from the tutors, she saw a truck parked by the side of the road. Some Russian soldiers were standing beside it, handing out bolts of textiles. Under the Japanese, cloth had been strictly rationed. She went over to have a look. It turned out the cloth was from the factory where she had worked when she was in primary school. The Russians were swapping it for watches, clocks, and knickknacks. My mother remembered that there was an old clock buried somewhere at the bottom of a chest at home. She rushed back and dug it out. She was a bit disappointed to find it was broken, but the Russian soldiers were overjoyed and gave her a bolt of beautiful white cloth with a delicate pink flower pattern on it. Over supper, the family sat shaking their heads in disbelief at these strange foreigners who were so keen on useless old broken clocks and baubles. Not only were the Russians distributing goods from the factories, they were also dismantling entire factories, including Jinzhou's 2 oil refineries, and shipping the equipment back to the Soviet Union. They said these were reparations, but for the locals, what this meant was that industry was crippled. Russian soldiers would walk into people's homes and simply take anything they fancied, watches and clothes in particular. Stories about Russians raping local women swept Jinzhou like wildfire. Many women went into hiding for fear of their liberators. Very soon, the city was seething with anger and anxiety. Lajisi's house was outside the city walls, and was very poorly protected. A friend of my mother's offered to lend them a house inside the city gates, surrounded by high stone walls. The family decamped immediately, taking my mother's Japanese teacher with them. The move meant that my mother had to walk much farther, about 30 minutes each way, to her tutors. Dr. Shaya insisted on taking her there and collecting her in the afternoon. My mother did not want him to walk so far, so she would walk part of the way back on her own, and he would meet her. One day, a jeepload of laughing Russian soldiers skidded to a halt near her, and the Russians jumped out and started running in her direction. She ran as fast as she could, with the Russians pounding after her. After a few hundred yards, she caught sight of her stepfather in the distance, brandishing his walking stick. The Russians were close behind, and my mother turned into a deserted kindergarten she knew well, which was like a labyrinth. She hid there for over an hour and then sneaked out the back door and got home safely. Dr. Shaya had seen the Russians chasing my mother into the building. To his immense relief, they soon came out again, obviously baffled by the layout. Just over a week after the Russians arrived, my mother was told by the chief of her neighborhood committee to attend a meeting the following evening. When she got there, she saw a number of shabby Chinese men and a few women making speeches about how they had fought 8 years to defeat the Japanese, so that ordinary people could be the masters of a new China. These were communists, Chinese communists. They had entered the city the previous day without fanfare or warning. The women communists at the meeting wore shapeless clothes exactly like the men. My mother thought to herself, how could you claim to have defeated the Japanese? You haven't even got decent guns or clothes. To her, the communists looked poorer and scruffier than beggars. She was disappointed, because she had imagined them as big and handsome and superhuman. Her uncle Peo, the prison warder, and Dong, the executioner, had told her that the communists were the bravest prisoners. They have the strongest bones, her uncle often said. They sang and shouted slogans and cursed the Japanese until the very last minute before they were strangled, said Dong. The communists put up notices calling on the population to keep order and started arresting collaborators and people who had worked for the Japanese security forces. Among those arrested was Yang, my grandmother's father, still deputy police chief of Yuxian. He was imprisoned in his own jail, and his boss, the police chief, was executed. The communists soon restored order and got the economy going again. The food situation, which had been desperate, improved markedly. Dr. Xia was able to start seeing patients again, and my mother's school reopened. The communists were billeted in the houses of local people. They seemed honest and unpretentious and would chat with the families. We don't have enough educated people, they used to say to one friend of my mother's. Come and join us, and you can become a county chief. They needed recruits. At the time of the Japanese surrender, both communists and Kuomintang had tried to occupy as much territory as they could, but the Kuomintang had a much larger and better equipped army. Both were maneuvering for position in preparation for renewing the civil war, which had been partly suspended for the previous 8 years in order to fight the Japanese. In fact, fighting between communists and Kuomintang had already broken out. Manchuria was the crucial battleground because of its economic assets. Because they were nearby, the communists had got their forces into Manchuria first, with virtually no assistance from the Russians. But the Americans were helping Chiang Kai-shek establish himself in the area by ferrying tens of thousands of Kuomintang troops to North China. At one point, the Americans tried to land some of them at Huludao, the port about 30 miles from Jinzhou, but had to withdraw under fire from Chinese communists. The Kuomintang troops were forced to land south of the Great Wall and make their way north by train. The United States gave them air cover. Altogether, over 50,000 U.S. Marines landed in North China, occupying Peking and Tianjin. The Russians formally recognized Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang as the government of China. By 11 November, the Soviet Red Army had left the Jinzhou area and pulled back to northern Manchuria as part of a commitment by Stalin to withdraw from the area within 3 months of victory. This left the Chinese communists alone in control of the city. One evening in late November, my mother was walking home from school when she saw large numbers of soldiers hurriedly gathering their weapons and equipment and moving in the direction of the south gate. She knew there had been heavy fighting in the surrounding countryside and guessed the communists must be leaving. This withdrawal was in line with the strategy of the communist leader Mao Zedong not to try to hold cities where the Kuomintang would have the military advantage, but to retreat to the rural areas. To surround the cities with our countryside and eventually take the cities was Mao's guideline for the new phase. On the day after the Chinese communists withdrew from Jinzhou, a new army entered the city, the fourth in as many months. This army had clean uniforms and gleaming new American weapons. It was the Kuomintang. People ran out of their houses and gathered in the narrow mud streets, clapping and cheering. My mother squeezed her way to the front of the excited crowd. Suddenly, she found she was waving her arms and cheering loudly. These soldiers really look like the army which beat the Japanese, she thought to herself. She ran home in a state of high excitement to tell her parents about the smart new soldiers. There was a festival atmosphere in Jinzhou. People competed to invite troops to stay in their homes. One officer came to live with the Shias. He behaved extremely respectfully, and the family all liked him. My grandmother and Dr. Shia felt that the Kuomintang would maintain law and order and ensure peace at last. But the goodwill people had felt toward the Kuomintang soon turned to bitter disappointment. Most of the officials came from other parts of China and talked down to the local people, addressing them as Wang Guonu, slaves who have no country of your own, and lecturing them about how they ought to be grateful to the Kuomintang for liberating them from the Japanese. One evening there was a party at my mother's school for the students and Kuomintang officers. The 3-year-old daughter of one official recited a speech which began, "We, the Kuomintang, have been fighting the Japanese for 8 years, and have now saved you who were the slaves of Japan." My mother and her friends walked out. My mother was also disgusted by the way the Kuomintang rushed to grab concubines. By early 1946, Jinzhou was filling up with troops. My mother's school was the only girls' school in town, and officers and officials descended on it in droves in search of concubines or, occasionally, wives. Some of the girls got married willingly, while others were unable to say no to their families, who thought that marrying an officer would give them a good start in life. At 15, my mother was highly marriageable. She had grown into a very attractive and popular young woman, and she was the star pupil at her school. Several officers had already proposed, but she told her parents she did not want any of them. One, who was chief of staff of a general, threatened to send a sedan chair to carry her off after his gold bars had been refused. My mother was eavesdropping outside the door as he put this proposal to her parents. She burst in and told him to his face that she would kill herself in the sedan chair. Fortunately, not long afterward his unit was ordered out of the city. My mother had made up her mind to choose her own husband. She was disenchanted with the treatment of women and hated the whole system of concubinage. Her parents supported her, but they were harassed by offers and had to deploy intricate, nerve-wracking diplomacy to find ways of saying no without unleashing reprisals. One of my mother's teachers was a young woman called Miss Lu, who liked her very much. In China, if people are fond of you, they often try to make you an honor and member of their family. At this time, although they are not so segregated as in my grandmother's days, there were not many opportunities for boys and girls to mix. So, being introduced to the brother or sister of a friend was a common way for young people who did not like the idea of arranged marriages to get to know each other. Miss Lu introduced my mother to her brother. But first, Mr. and Mrs. Lu had to approve the relationship. Early in 1946, my mother was invited to spend the Chinese New Year at the Liu's house, which was quite grand. Mr. Liu was one of the biggest shop owners in Jinzhou. The son, who was about 19, seemed to be a man of the world. He was wearing a dark green suit with a handkerchief sticking out of his breast pocket, which was tremendously sophisticated and dashing for a provincial town like Jinzhou. He was enrolled in a university in Peking, where he was reading Russian language and literature. My mother was very impressed with him and his family approved of her. They soon sent a go-between to Dr. Xia to ask for her hand, without of course saying a word to her. Dr. Xia was more liberal than most men of his time, and asked my mother how she felt about the matter. She agreed to be a friend to young Mr. Liu. At that time, if a boy and a girl were seen talking to each other in public, they had to be engaged. At the minimum, my mother was longing to have some fun and freedom, and to be able to make friends with men without committing herself to marriage. Dr. Xia and my grandmother, knowing my mother, were cautious with the Lius and declined all the customary presents. In the Chinese tradition, a woman's family often did not consent to a marriage proposal immediately, as they should not appear too keen if they accepted presents. This implicitly indicated consent. Dr. Xia and my grandmother were worried about a misunderstanding. XXO, slaves who have no country of your own. My mother went out with young Lu for a while. She was rather taken with his urbanity, and all her relatives, friends, and neighbors said she had made a good match. Dr. Xia and my grandmother thought they were a handsome couple and had privately settled on him as their son-in-law, but my mother felt he was shallow. She noticed that he never went to Peking but lounged around at home enjoying the life of a dilettante. One day she discovered he had not even read The Dream of the Red Chamber, the famous 18th century Chinese classic, with which every literate Chinese was familiar. When she showed how disappointed she felt, young Lu said airily that the Chinese classics were not his forte and that what he actually liked most was foreign literature. To try to reassert his superiority, he added, "Now, have you read Madame Bovary? That's my all-time favorite. I consider it the greatest of Maupassant's works." My mother had read Madame Bovary and she knew it was by Flaubert, not Maupassant. This vain sally put her off Louis in a big way, but she refrained from confronting him there and then. To do so would have been considered shrewish. Liu loved gambling, particularly mahjong, which bored my mother to death. One evening soon afterward, in the middle of a game, a female servant came in and asked which maid would Master Liu like to serve him in bed. In a very casual way, Liu said, "So-and-so." My mother was shaking with anger, but all Liu did was to raise his eyebrow as though he was surprised at her reaction. Then he said in a supercilious way, "This is a perfectly common custom in Japan. Everybody does it. It's called sichin, bed with service." He was trying to make my mother feel she was being provincial and jealous, which was traditionally regarded in China as one of the worst vices in a woman. and grounds for a husband to disown his wife. Once again, my mother said nothing, even though she was boiling with rage inside. My mother decided she could not be happy with a husband who regarded flirtations and extramarital sex as essential aspects of being a man. She wanted someone who loved her, who would not want to hurt her by doing this sort of thing. That evening she made up her mind to end the relationship. A few days later, Mr. Liu Sr. suddenly died. In those days, a spectacular funeral was very important, particularly if the dead person had been the head of the family. A funeral which failed to meet the expectations of the relatives and of society would bring disapproval on the family. The Lius wanted an elaborate ceremony. Not simply a procession from the house to the cemetery. Monks were brought in to read the Buddhist sutra of putting the head down in the presence of the whole family. Immediately after this, the family members burst out crying. From then to the day of the burial, on the 49th day after the death, the sound of weeping and wailing was supposed to be heard non-stop from early morning until midnight, accompanied by the constant burning of artificial money for the deceased to use in the other world. Many families could not keep up this marathon and hired professionals to do the job for them. The Lius were too filial to do this and did all the keening themselves with the help of relatives, of whom there were many. On the 42nd day after his death, the corpse, which had been put in a beautifully carved sandalwood coffin, was placed in a marquee in the courtyard. On each of the last 7 nights before his interment, the dead Dan was supposed to ascend a high mountain in the other world and look down on his whole family. He would only be happy if he saw that every member of his family was present and taken care of. Otherwise, it was believed he would never find rest. The family wanted my mother to be there as the intended daughter-in-law. She refused. She felt sad for old Mr. Liu, who had been kind to her. But if she attended, she would never be able to get out of marrying his son. Relays of messengers from the Liu family came to the Xia house. Dr. Xia told my mother that breaking her relationship at this moment was tantamount to letting Mr. Liu Sr. down, and that this was dishonorable. Although he would not have objected to my mother breaking up with young Mr. Liu normally, he felt that under the circumstances her wishes should be subordinated to a higher imperative. My grandmother also thought she should go. In addition, she said, whoever heard of a girl rejecting a man because he got the name of some foreign writer wrong or because he had affairs? All rich young men like to have fun and sow their wild oats. Besides, you have no need to worry about concubines and maids. You're a strong character. You can keep your husband under control. This was not my mother's idea of the life she wanted, and she said so. In her heart, my grandmother agreed. But she was frightened about keeping my mother at home because of the persistent proposals from Kuomintang officers. We can say no to one, but not to all of them, she told my mother. If you don't marry Zhang, you will have to accept Li. Think it over. Isn't Liu much better than the others? If you marry him, no officer will be able to bother you anymore. I worry day and night about what may happen to you. I won't be able to rest until you leave the house. But my mother said she would rather die than marry someone who could not give her happiness and love. The Lius were furious with my mother, and so were Dr. Shai and my grandmother. For days they argued, pleaded, cajoled, shouted, and wept, to no avail. Finally, for the first time since he had hit her as a child for sitting in his seat on the cane, Dr. Shai flew into a rage with my mother. What you are doing is bringing shame on the name of Shah. I don't want a daughter like you. My mother stood up and flung back the words, all right, then. You won't have a daughter like me. I'm leaving. She stormed out of the room, packed her things, and left the house. In my grandmother's time, leaving home like this would have been out of the question. There were no jobs for women, except as servants, and even they had to have references. But things had changed. In 1946, women could live on their own and find work, like teaching or medicine, although working was still regarded as the last resort by most families. In my mother's school was a teacher training department, which offered free board and tuition for girls who had completed 3 years in the school. Apart from an exam, the only condition for entry was that the graduates had to become teachers. Most pupils in the department were either from poor families who could not afford to pay for an education or people who did not think they had a chance to get into a university, and therefore did not want to stay on at the normal high school. It was only since 1945 that women could contemplate getting into a university. Under the Japanese, they could not go beyond high school, where they were mainly taught how to run a family. Up till now, my mother had never considered going to this department, which was generally looked down on as second best. She had always thought of herself as university material. The department was a little surprised when she applied, but she persuaded them of her fervent wish to join the teaching profession. She had not yet finished her obligatory 3 years in the school, but she was known as a star pupil. The department gladly took her after giving her an exam which she passed with little difficulty. She went to live in the school. It was not long before my grandmother rushed over to beg her to come home. My mother was glad to have a reconciliation. She promised she would go home and stay often, but she insisted on keeping her bed on the campus. She was determined not to be dependent on anyone, however much they loved her. For her, the department was ideal. It guaranteed her a job after graduation, whereas university graduates often could not find jobs. Another advantage was that it was free. Dr. Xia was already beginning to suffer the effects of the mismanagement of the economy. The Kuomintang personnel put in charge of the factories, those that had not been dismantled by the Russians, were conspicuously unsuccessful at getting the economy moving again. They got a few factories working at well below full capacity, but pocketed most of the revenue themselves. Kuomintang carpetbaggers were moving into the smart houses which the Japanese had vacated. The house next door to the Zi's old house, where the Japanese official had lived, was now occupied by an official and one of his newly acquired concubines. The mayor of Jinzhou, a Mr. Han, was a local nobody. Suddenly he was rich from the proceeds of property confiscated from the Japanese and collaborators. He acquired several concubines, and the locals began to call the city government the Han household, as it was bulging with his relatives and friends. When the Kuomintang took Yuxian, they released my great-grandfather, Yang, from prison, or he bought his way out. The locals believed, with good reason, that Kuomintang officials made fortunes out of the ex-collaborators. Yang tried to protect himself by marrying off his remaining daughter, whom he had had with one of his concubines, to a Kuomintang officer. But this man was only a captain, not powerful enough to give him any real protection. Yang's property was confiscated, and he was reduced to living as a beggar squatting by open drains, as the locals called it. When she heard about this, his wife told her children not to give him any money or do anything to help him. In 1947, a little more than a year after his release from jail, he developed a cancerous goiter on his neck. He realized he was dying and sent word to Jinzhou begging to see his children. My great-grandmother refused, but he kept sending messages and entreating them to come. In the end, his wife relented. My grandmother, Lan and Yulen, set off for Yixian by train. It was 10 years since my grandmother had seen her father, and he was a crumpled shadow of his former self. Tears streamed down his cheeks when he saw his children. They found it hard to forgive him for the way he had treated their mother and themselves, and they spoke to him using rather distant forms of address. He pleaded with Yulen to call him father, but Yulen refused. Yang's ravaged face was a mask of despair. My grandmother begged her brother to call him father just once. Finally he did, through gritted teeth. His father took his hand and said, Try to be a scholar or run a small business. Never try to be an official. It will ruin you, the way it has ruined me." These were his last words to his family. He died with only one of his concubines at his side. He was so poor he could not even afford a coffin. His corpse was put in a battered old suitcase and buried without ceremony. Not one member of his family was there. Corruption was so widespread that Chiang Kai-shek set up a special organization to combat it. It was called the Tiger Beating Squad, because people compared corrupt officials to fearsome tigers, and it invited citizens to send in their complaints. But it soon became apparent that this was a means for the really powerful to extort money from the rich. Tiger beating was a lucrative job. Much worse than this was the blatant looting. Dr. Shah was visited every now and then by soldiers who would salute punctiliously and then say in an exaggeratedly cringing voice, "Your Honor, Dr. Shah, some of our colleagues are very short of money. Could you perhaps lend us some?" It was unwise to refuse. Anyone who crossed the Kuomintang was likely to be accused of being a communist, which usually meant arrest and frequently torture. Soldiers would also swagger into the surgery and demand treatment and medicine without paying a penny. Shah did not particularly mind giving them free medical treatment. He regarded it as a doctor's duty to treat anyone, but the soldiers would sometimes just take the medicine without asking and sell it on the black market. Medicines were in desperately short supply. As the civil war intensified, the number of soldiers in Jinzhou rose. The troops of the Central Command, which came directly under Chiang Kai-shek, were relatively well disciplined, but the others received no pay from the central government and had to live off the land. At the teacher training department, my mother struck up a close friendship with a beautiful, vivacious 17-year-old girl called Bai. My mother admired her and looked up to her. When she told Bai about her disenchantment with the Kuomintang, Bai told her to look at the forest, not the individual trees. Any force was bound to have some shortcomings, she said. Bai was passionately pro-Kuomintang, so much so that she had joined one of the intelligence services. In a training course, it was made clear to her that she was expected to report on her fellow students. She refused. A few nights later, her colleagues in the course heard a shot from her bedroom. When they opened the door, they saw her lying on her bed gasping, her face deathly white. There was blood on her pillow. She died without being able to say a word. The newspapers published the story as what was called a peach-colored case, meaning a crime of passion. They claimed she had been murdered by a jealous lover, but nobody believed this. Bai had behaved in a very demure manner where men were concerned. My mother heard that she had been killed because she had tried to pull out. The tragedy did not end there. Bai's mother was working as a live-in servant in the house of a wealthy family which owned a small gold shop. She was heartbroken at the death of her only daughter and incensed by the scurrilous suggestions in the papers that her daughter had had several lovers who had fought over her and eventually killed her. A woman's most sacred possession was her chastity, which she was supposed to defend to the death. Several days after Bai's death, her mother hanged herself. Her employer was visited by thugs who accused him of being responsible for her death. It was a good pretext to extort money, and it did not take long for the man to lose his gold shop. One day there was a knock on the Chia's door and a man in his late 30s dressed in Kuomintang uniform came in and bowed to my grandmother, addressing her as elder sister and Doc Chia as elder brother-in-law. It took them a moment to realize that this smartly dressed, healthy, well-fed man was Han Chen, who had been tortured and saved from the garret, and whom they had hidden in their old house for 3 months and nursed back to health. With him, also in uniform, was a tall, slender young man who looked more like a college student than a soldier. Han Chen introduced him as his friend Zhu Gei. My mother immediately took to him. Since their last encounter, Han Chen had become a senior official in Kuomintang intelligence and was in charge of one of its branches for the whole of Jinzhou. As he left, he said, "Elder sister, I was given back my life by your family. If you ever need anything, anything at all you have to do is say the word, and it will be done." Han Chen and Zhu Gei came to visit often, and Han Chen soon found jobs in the intelligence apparatus for both Dong, the former executioner who had saved his life, and my grandmother's brother-in-law Peiyou, the former prison warder. Zhu Gei became very friendly with the family. He had been studying science at university in Tianjin and had fled to join the Kuomintang when the city had fallen into Japanese hands. On one of his visits, my mother introduced him to Miss Tanaka, who had been living with the Xias. They hit it off, got married, and went to live in rented rooms. One day, Zhu Gei was cleaning his gun when he accidentally touched the trigger and the gun went off. The bullet passed straight through the floor and killed the landlord's youngest son, who was in bed downstairs. The family did not dare to bring a charge against Zhu Gei because they were frightened of intelligence men, who could accuse anyone they chose to of being a communist. Their word was law, and they had the power of life and death. Zhu Gei's mother gave the family a large sum of money as compensation. Zhu Gei was distraught, but the family did not even dare show any anger toward him. Instead, they showed exaggerated gratitude, out of fear that he might anticipate that they would be angry and harm them. He found this hard to bear and soon moved out. Lan's husband, Uncle Peiyou, prospered in the intelligence system and was so delighted with his new employers that he changed his name to Xiao Shek, loyalty to Chiang Kai-shek. He was a member of a three-man group under Zhu Gei. Initially, their job was to purge anyone who had been pro-Japanese, but very soon this slid into watching out for students showing pro-communist sympathies. For a while, Loyalty Peiyou did what was asked of him, but his conscience soon began to trouble him. He did not want to be responsible for sending people to prison or choosing victims for extortion. He asked for a transfer and was given a job as a watchman at one of the city checkpoints. The communists had left the city of Jinzhou but had not gone very far. They were engaged in constant battles with the Kuomintang in the surrounding countryside. The Jinzhou authorities were trying to keep tight control over the most vital commodities to stop the communists from getting hold of them. Being in intelligence gave Loyalty power, which brought him money. Gradually, he began to change. He started smoking opium, drinking heavily, gambling, and frequenting brothels, and soon contracted a venereal disease. My grandmother offered him money to try to get him to behave, but he carried on as before. However, he could see that food was becoming increasingly scarce for the Chias, and often invited them to good meals at his house. Dr. Xia would not let my grandmother go. "Those are ill-gotten gains, and we don't want to touch them," he said. But the thought of some decent food was sometimes too strong a temptation for my grandmother, and occasionally she would sneak off to the Peiyou house with Yulin and my mother for a square meal. When the Kuomintang first came to Jinzhou, Yulin was 15 years old. He had been studying medicine with Dr. Xia, who thought he had a promising future as a doctor. By now, my grandmother had taken on the position of the female head of the family, as her mother, sister, and brother were all dependent on her husband for a living, and she felt it was time Yulin got married. She soon settled on a woman who was 3 years older than him, and came from a poor family, which meant she would be hard-working and capable. My mother went with my grandmother to see the prospective bride. When she came in to bow to the visitors in the sitting room, she was wearing a green velvet gown which she had had to borrow for the occasion. The couple were married in a registry office in 1946, the bride wearing a rented Western-style white silk veil. Yulin was 16 and his wife was 19. My grandmother asked Han Chen to find Yulin a job. One of the vital commodities was salt, and the authorities had forbidden selling it to the countryside. Of course, they were running a salt racket themselves. Han Shen got Yulin a job as a salt guard, and several times he was almost involved in serious skirmishes with communist guerrillas and other Kuomintang factions who were trying to capture the salt. Many people were being killed in the fighting. Yulin found the job frightening, and was also tormented by his conscience. Within a few months he quit. By this time, the Kuomintang was gradually losing control of the countryside and was finding it harder and harder to get recruits. Young men were increasingly unwilling to become bomb ashes. The civil war had become much more bloody, with enormous casualties, and the danger of being conscripted or simply impressed into the army was growing. The only way to keep Yulin out of uniform was to buy him some form of insurance, so my grandmother asked Han Chen to find him a job in intelligence. To her surprise, he refused, telling her it was no place for a decent young man. My grandmother did not realize that Han Chen was in deep despair about his work. Like Loyalty Pio, he had become an opium addict, and was drinking heavily and visiting prostitutes. He was visibly wasting away. Han Chen had always been a self-disciplined man, with a strong sense of morality, and it was most unlike him to let himself go in this way. My grandmother thought that the ancient remedy of marriage might pull him around, but when she put this to him, he said he could not take a wife, because he did not want to live. My grandmother was shocked, and pressed him to tell her why, but Han Chen only started weeping and said bitterly that he was not free to tell her and that she could not help anyway. Han Chen had joined the Kuomintang because he hated the Japanese. But things had turned out differently from what he had envisaged. Being involved in the intelligence system meant that he could hardly avoid having innocent blood of his fellow Chinese on his hands. But he could not get out. What had happened to my mother's college friend Bai was what happened to anyone who tried to quit. Han Chen probably felt that the only way out was to kill himself, but suicide was a traditional gesture of protest and might bring trouble to his family. Han Chen must have come to the conclusion that the only thing he could do was to die a natural death, which was why he was going to such wild extremes in abusing his body and why he refused to take any treatment. On the eve of Chinese New Year 1947, he returned to his family home in Yixian to spend the festival period with his brother and his elderly father. As if he felt that this was to be their last meeting, he stayed on. He fell gravely ill and died in the summer. He had told my grandmother that the only regret he would have in dying was not being able to fulfill his filial duty and hold a grand funeral for his father. But he did not die without fulfilling his obligation to my grandmother and her family, even though he refused to take Yulin into intelligence work. He acquired an identity card for him which said he was a Kuomintang intelligence official. Yulin never did any work for the intelligence system, but his membership guaranteed him against being conscripted, and he was able to stay and help Dr. She in the medicine shop. One of the teachers at my mother's school was a young man named Kang, who taught Chinese literature. He was very bright and knowledgeable, and my mother respected him tremendously. He told her and some other girls that he had been involved in anti-Kuomintang activities in the city of Kunming in southwest China, and that his girlfriend had been killed by a hand grenade during a demonstration. His lectures were clearly pro-communist, and made a strong impression on my mother. One morning in early 1947, my mother was stopped at the school gate by the old porter. He handed her a note and told her that Kang had gone. What my mother did not know was that Kang had been tipped off, as some of the Kuomintang intelligence agents were secretly working for the communists. At the time, my mother did not know much about the communists or that Kang was one of them. All she knew was that the teacher she most admired had had to flee because he was about to be arrested. The note was from Kang and consisted of only one word: silence. My mother saw two possible meanings in this word. It could refer to a line from a poem Kang had written in memory of his girlfriend. Silence in which our strength is gathering, in which case it might be an appeal not to lose heart. But the note could also be a warning against doing something impetuous. My mother had by then established quite a reputation for fearlessness, and she commanded support among the students. The next thing she knew, a new headmistress arrived. She was a delegate to the National Congress of the Kuomintang, reputedly with ties to the secret services. She brought with her a number of intelligence men, including one called Yao Han, who became the political supervisor with the special task of keeping a watch on the students. The academic supervisor was the district party secretary of the Kuomintang. My mother's closest friend at this time was a distant male cousin called Hu. His father owned a chain of department stores in Jinzhou, Mukden, and Harbin, and had a wife and 2 concubines. His wife had produced a son, Cousin Hu, while the concubines had not. Cousin Hu's mother therefore became the object of intense jealousy on their part. One night when her husband was out of the house, the concubines drugged her food and that of a young male servant, then put them into the same bed. When Miss Ho came back and found his wife apparently blind drunk in bed with the servant, he went berserk. He locked his wife up in a tiny room in a remote corner of the house and forbade his son to see her again. He had a sneaking suspicion that the whole thing might have been a plot by his concubines, so he did not disown his wife and throw her out, which would have been the ultimate disgrace to himself as well as to her. He was worried that the concubines might harm his son, so he sent him away to boarding school in Jinzhou, which is how my mother met him when she was 7 and he was 12. His mother soon went mad in her solitary confinement. Cousin Hu grew up to be a sensitive boy who kept to himself. He never got over what had happened and occasionally talked to my mother about it. The story made my mother reflect on the blighted lives of women in her own family and on the numerous tragedies that had happened to so many other mothers, daughters, wives, and concubines. The powerlessness of women, the barbarity of the age-old customs, cloaked in tradition and even morality, enraged her. Although there had been changes, they were buried by the still overwhelming prejudice. My mother was impatient for something more radical. In her school, she learned that one political force had openly promised change: the communists. The information came from a close friend of hers, an 18-year-old girl called Xu, who had broken with her family and was staying in the school because her father had tried to force her into an arranged marriage with a boy of 12. One day Xu bade farewell to my mother. She and the man she was secretly in love with were running away to join the communists. "They are our hope," were her parting words. It was about this time that my mother became very close to Cousin Hu had realized that he was in love with her when he found that he was very jealous of young Mr. Liu, whom he regarded as a dandy. He was delighted when she broke up with Liu and came to see my mother almost every day. One evening in March 1947, they went to the cinema together. There were 2 kinds of tickets, one for a seat, the other, which was much cheaper, for standing only. Cousin Hu bought my mother a seat, but a standing ticket for himself, saying he did not have enough money on him. My mother thought this was a bit odd, and so she stole a glance in his direction every now and then. Halfway through the film, she saw a smartly dressed young woman approach him, slide by him slowly, and then, for a split second, their hands touched. She got up at once and insisted on leaving. When they got outside, she demanded an explanation. At first, Cousin Hatu tried to deny that anything had happened. When my mother made it clear she was not going to swallow this, he said he would explain later. There were things my mother could not understand, he said, because she was too young. When they reached her house, she refused to let him in. Over the next few days he called repeatedly, but my mother would not see him. After a while, she was ready for an apology and a reconciliation, and would keep looking out toward the gate to see if he was there. One evening, when it was snowing hard, she saw him coming into the courtyard accompanied by another man. He did not make for her part of the house, but went straight to where the shyest tenant, a man called Yu Wu, was living. After a short time, Hu re-emerged and walked briskly over to her room. With an urgent edge to his voice, he told her he had to leave Jinzhou immediately, as the police were after him. When she asked him why, all he said was, "I am a communist," and disappeared into the snowy night. It dawned on my mother that the incident in the cinema must have been a clandestine mission of Cousin Hugh's. She was heartbroken as there was now no time to make up with him. She realized that their tenant Yu Wu must also be an underground communist. The reason Cousin Hugh had been brought to Yu Wu's quarters was to hide there. Cousin Hugh and Yu Wu had not known each other's identity until this evening. Both of them realized it was out of the question for Cousin Hugh to stay there, as his relationship with my mother was too well known, and if the Kuomintang came to the house to look for him, Yu Wu would be discovered as well. That same night, Cousin Hugh tried to make for the communist-controlled area which lay about 20 miles beyond the city boundaries. Some time later, as the first buds of spring were bursting out, Yu Wu received news that Hugh had been captured as he left the city. His escort had been shot dead. A later report said Hugh had been executed. My mother had been turning more and more strongly against the Kuomintang for some time. The only alternative she knew was the communists. And she had been particularly attracted by their promises to put an end to injustices against women. Up to now, at the age of 15, she had not felt ready to commit herself fully. The news of Cousin Ho's death made her mind up. She decided to join the communists. Yu Wu had first appeared at the house some months earlier bearing an introduction from a mutual friend. The Asias had just moved from their borrowed residence into a big house inside the walls near the north gate and had been looking for a rich tenant to help with the rent. Yu Wu arrived wearing the uniform of a Kuomintang officer, accompanied by a woman whom he presented as his wife and a young baby. In fact, the woman was not his wife but his assistant. The baby was hers, and her real husband was somewhere far away in the regular communist army. Gradually, this family became a real one. They later had 2 children together, and their original spouses remarried. Yu Wu had joined the Communist Party in 1938. He had been sent to Jinzhou from the Communists' wartime headquarters, Yan'an, shortly after the Japanese surrender, and was responsible for collecting and delivering infirmarian to the Communist forces outside the city. He operated under the identity of a Kuomintang military bureau chief for one of the districts of Jinzhou, a position the Communists had bought for him. At the time, posts in the Kuomintang, even in the intelligence system, were virtual. 26. In Battle Yibor, a new China 1227 for sale to the highest bidder. Some people bought post to protect their families from being forced into the army and from harassment by thugs. Others to be able to extort money. Because of its strategic importance, there were a great many officers in Jinzhou, which facilitated the communist infiltration of the system. Yu Wu played his part to perfection. He gave a lot of gambling and dinner parties, partly to make connections and partly to weave a protective web around himself. Mingled with the constant comings and goings of Kuomintang officers and intelligence officials was an unending stream of cousins and friends. They were always different people, but nobody asked any questions. Yu Wu had another layer of cover for these frequent visitors. Dr. Shia's surgery was always open, and Yu Wu's friends could walk in off the street without attracting attention and then go through the surgery to the inner courtyard. Xia tolerated Yu Wu's rowdy parties without demur, even though his sect, the Society of Reason, forbade gambling and drinking. My mother was puzzled but put it down to her stepfather's tolerant nature. It was only years later, when she thought back, that she felt certain that Dr. Xia had known or guessed Yu Wu's real identity. When my mother heard that her cousin Hu had been killed by the Kuomintang, she approached Yu Wu about working for the communists. He turned her down, on the grounds that she was too young. My mother had become quite prominent at her school, and she was hoping that the communists would approach her. They did, but they took their time checking her out. In fact, before leaving for the communist-controlled area, her friend Xu had told her own communist contact about my mother and had introduced him to her as a friend. One day, this man came to her and told her out of the blue to go on a certain day to a railway tunnel halfway between the Jinzhou South Station and the North Station. There, he said, a good-looking man in his mid-20s with a Shanghai accent would contact her. This man, whose name she later discovered was Liang, became her controller. Her first job was to distribute literature like Mao Zedong's On Coalition Government, and pamphlets on land reform and other communist policies. These had to be smuggled into the city, usually hidden in big bundles of sorghum stalks, which were to be used for fuel. The pamphlets were then repacked, often rolled up inside big green peppers. Sometimes Yulin's wife would buy the peppers and keep a lookout in the street when my mother's associates came to collect the literature. She also helped hide the pamphlets in the ashes of various stoves, heaps of Chinese medicines, or piles of fuel. The students had to read this literature in secret, though left-wing novels could be read more or less openly. Among the favorites was Maxim Gorky's Mother. One day, a copy of one of the pamphlets my mother had been distributing, Mao's On New Democracy, ended up with a rather absent-minded school friend of hers, who put it in her bag and forgot about it. When she went to the market, she opened her bag to get some money, and the pamphlet dropped out. 2 intelligence men happened to be there and identified it from its flimsy yellow paper. The girl was taken off and interrogated. She died under torture. Many people had died at the hands of Kuomintang intelligence, and my mother knew that she risked torture if she was caught. This incident, far from daunting her, only made her feel more defiant. Her morale was also boosted enormously by the fact that she now felt herself pan of the communist movement. Manchuria was the key battleground in the Civil War, and what happened in Jinzhou was becoming more and more critical to the outcome of the whole struggle for China. There was no fixed front in the sense of a single battle line. The communists held the northern part of Manchuria and much of the countryside. The Kuomintang held the main cities except for Harbin in the north, plus the seaports and most of the railway lines. By the end of 1947, for the first time, the communist armies in the area outnumbered those of their opponents. During that year, they had put over 300,000 Kuomintang troops out of action. Many peasants were joining the Communist Army or swinging their support behind the Communists. The single most important reason was that the Communists had carried out a land-to-the-filler reform, and the peasants felt that backing them was the way to keep their land. At the time, the Communists controlled much of the area around Jinzhou. Peasants were reluctant to enter the city to sell their produce, because they had to go through Kuomintang checkpoints where they were harassed. Exorbitant fees were extorted, or they simply had their products confiscated. The grain price in the city was rocketing upwards almost day by day, made worse by the manipulation of greedy merchants and corrupt officials. When the Kuomintang first arrived, they had issued a new currency known as the law money, but they proved unable to control inflation. Dr. Xia had always been worried about what would happen to my grandmother and my mother when he died, and he was now nearly 80. He had been putting his savings into the new money because he had faith in the government. After a time, the law money was replaced by another currency, the golden yuan, which soon became worth so little that when my mother wanted to pay her school fees, she had to hire a rickshaw to carry the huge pile of notes to save face. Chiang Kai-shek refused to print any note bigger than 10,000 yuan. Dr. Xia's entire savings were gone. The economic situation deteriorated steadily through the winter of 1947-48. Protests against food shortages and price gouging multiplied. Jinzhou was the key supply base for the large Kuomintang armies farther north, and in mid-December 1947, a crowd of 20,000 people raided 2 well-stocked grain stores. One trade was prospering. trafficking in young girls for brothels and as slave servants to rich men. The city was littered with beggars offering their children in exchange for food. For days outside her school, my mother saw an emaciated, desperate-looking woman in rags slumped on the frozen ground. Next to her stood a girl of about 10 with an expression of numb misery on her face. A sack was poking up out of the back of her collar, and on it was a poorly written sign saying "Daughter for sale for 10 kilos of rice." Among those who could not make ends meet were the teachers. They had been demanding a pay rise, to which the government responded by increasing tuition fees. This had little effect, because the parents could not afford to pay more. A teacher at my mother's school died of food poisoning after eating a piece of meat he had picked up off the street. He knew the meat was rotten, but he was so hungry he thought he would take a chance. By now, my mother had become the president of the Students' Union. Her party controller, Lang, had given her instructions to try to win over the teachers as well as the students. And she set about organizing a campaign to get people to donate money for the teaching staff. She and some other girls would go to cinemas and theaters, and before the performances started, they would appeal for donations. They also put on song and dance shows and ran rummage sales, but the returns were paltry. People were either too poor or too mean. One day she bumped into a friend of hers who was the granddaughter of a brigade commander and was married to a Kuomintang officer. The friend told her there was going to be a banquet that evening for about 50 officers and their wives in a smart restaurant in town. In those days there was a lot of entertaining going on among Kuomintang officials. My mother raced off to her school and contacted as many people as she could. She told them to gather at 5 p.m. in front of the city's most prominent landmark, the 60-foot-high 11th-century stone drum tower. When she got there, at the head of a sizable contingent, there were over 100 girls waiting for her orders. She told them her plan. At around 6 o'clock, they saw large numbers of officers arriving in carriages and rickshaws. The women were dressed to the nines, wearing silk and satin and jingling with jewelry. When my mother judged that the diners would be well into their food and drink, she and some of the girls filed into the restaurant. Kuomintang decadence was such that security was unbelievably lax. My mother climbed onto a chair, her simple dark blue cotton gown making her the image of austerity among the brightly embroidered silks and jewels. She made a brief speech about how hard up the teachers were and finished with the words, "We all know you are generous people. You must be very pleased to have this opportunity to open your pockets and show your generosity." The officers were in a spot. None of them wanted to look mean. In fact, they more or less had to try to show off. And, of course, they wanted to get rid of the unwelcome intruders. The girls went round the heavily laden tables and made a note of each officer's contribution. Then, first thing next morning, they went round to the officers' homes and collected their pledges. The teachers were enormously grateful to the girls, who delivered the money to them right away, so it could be used before its value was wiped out, which would be within hours. There was no retribution against my mother, perhaps because the diners were ashamed of being caught like this, and did not want to bring further embarrassment on themselves, although, of course, the whole town knew about it at once. My mother had successfully turned the rules of the game against them. She was appalled by the casual extravagance of the Kuomintang elite while people were starving to death in the streets, and this made her even more committed to the communists. As food was the problem inside the city, so clothing was in desperately short supply outside, as the Kuomintang had placed a ban on selling textiles to the countryside. As a watchman on the gates, Loyalty Payo's main job was to stop textiles being smuggled out of the city and sold to the communists. The smugglers were a mixture of black marketeers, men working for Kuomintang officials, and underground communists. The usual procedure was that Loyalty and his colleagues would stop the carts and confiscate the cloth, then release the smuggler in the hope that he would come back with another load which they could also seize. Sometimes they had a deal with the smugglers for a percentage. Whether they had a deal or not, the guards would sell the cloth to the communist-controlled areas anyway. Loyalty and his colleagues waxed fat. One night a dirty, nondescript cart rolled up at the gate where Loyalty was on duty. He performed his customary charade, poking the pile of cloth on the back while he swaggered around, hoping to intimidate the driver and soften him up for an advantageous deal. As he sized up the value of the load and the likely resistance of the driver, he was also hoping to engage him in conversation and find out who his employer was. Loyalty took his time because this was a big consignment, more than he could get out of the city before dawn. He got up beside the driver and ordered him to turn around and take the consignment back into the city. The driver, accustomed to being on the receiving end of arbitrary instructions, did as he was told. My grandmother was sound asleep in bed when she heard banging on the door at about 1 a.m. When she opened it, she found Loyalty standing there. He said he wanted to leave the cartload at the house for the night. My grandmother had to agree, because the Chinese tradition made it virtually impossible to say no to a relation. The obligation to one's family and relatives always took precedence over one's own moral judgment. She did not tell Dr. Shah, who was still asleep. Well before daybreak, Loyalty reappeared with 2 canes. He transferred the consignment onto them and drove off just as dawn was beginning to light up the sky. Less than half an hour later, armed police appeared and cordoned off the house. The cart driver, who had been working for another intelligence system, had informed his patrons. Naturally, they wanted their merchandise back. Dr. Shah and my grandmother were quite put out, but at least the goods had disappeared. For my mother, though, the raid was almost a catastrophe. She had some communist leaflets hidden in the house, and as soon as the police appeared, she grabbed the leaflets and raced to the toilet, where she pushed them down her padded trousers, which were tightened round the ankles to conserve heat, and put on a heavy winter coat. Then she sauntered out as nonchalantly as she could, pretending she was on her way to school. The policeman stopped her and said they were going to search her. She screamed at them that she would tell her Uncle Zhuge how they had treated her. Up to that moment, the policeman had had no idea about the family's intelligence connections, nor had they any idea who had confiscated the textiles. The administration of Jinzhou was in utter confusion because of the enormous number of different Kuomintang units stationed in the city, and because anyone with a gun and some sort of protection enjoyed arbitrary power. When Loyalty and his men had appropriated this load, the driver did not ask them who they were working for. The moment my mother mentioned Zhuge's name, there was a change in the attitude of the officer. Zhuge was a friend of his boss. At a signal, his subordinates lowered their guns and dropped their insolently challenging manner. The officer bowed stiffly and muttered profuse apologies for disturbing such an august family. The rank-and-file police looked even more disappointed than their commander. No booty meant no money, and no money meant no food. They shambled off sullenly, dragging their feet as they went. At the time, there was a new university, the Northeast Exile University, in Jinzhou, formed around students and teachers who had fled communist-occupied northern Manchuria. Communist policies there had often been harsh. Many landowners had been killed. In the towns, even small factory owners and shopkeepers were denounced and their property was confiscated. Most intellectuals came from relatively well-to-do families, and many had seen their families suffer under communist rule or been denounced themselves. There was a medical college in the Exile University, and my mother wanted to get into it. It had always been her ambition to be a doctor. This was partly Dr. Xia's influence, and partly because the medical profession offered a woman the best chance of independence. Liang endorsed the idea enthusiastically. The party had plans for her. She enrolled in the medical college on a part-time basis in February. The exile university was a battleground where the Kuomintang and the communists competed fiercely for influence. The Kuomintang could see how badly it was doing in Manchufig and was actively encouraging students and intellectuals to flee farther south. The communists did not want to lose these educated people. They modified their land reform program and issued an order that urban capitalists were to be well treated and intellectuals from well-to-do families protected. Armed with these more moderate policies, the Jinzhou underground set out to persuade the students and teachers to stay on. This became my mother's main activity. In spite of the communists' policy switch, some students and teachers decided it was safer to flee. One shipload of students sailed to the city of Tianjin, about 25 miles to the southwest at the end of June. When they arrived there, they found that there was no food and nowhere for them to stay. The local Kuomintang urged them to join the army. Fight back to your homeland, they were told. This was not what they had fled Manchuria for. Some communist underground workers who had sailed with them encouraged them to take a stand, and on 5 July the students demonstrated in the center of Tianjin for food and accommodations. Troops opened fire and scores of students were injured, some seriously, and a number were killed. When the news reached Jinzhou, my mother immediately decided to organize support for the students who had gone to Tianjin. She called a meeting of the heads of the student unions of all the 7 high and technical schools, which voted to set up the Jinzhou Federation of Student Unions. My mother was elected to the chair. They decided to send a telegram of solidarity to the students in Tianjin, and to stage a march to the headquarters of General Chill, the martial law commander, to present a petition. My mother's friends were waiting anxiously at school for instructions. It was a gray, rainy day, and the ground had turned to sticky mud. Darkness fell, and there was still no sign of my mother and the other 6 student leaders. Then the news came that the police had raided the meeting and taken them away. They had been informed on by Yao Han, the political supervisor at my mother's school. They were marched to the martial law headquarters. After a while, General Chill strode into the room. He faced them across a table and started to talk to them in a patient, paternalistic tone of voice, apparently more in sorrow than in anger. They were young and liable to do rash things, he said. But what did they know about politics? Did they realize they were being used by the communists? They should stick to their books. He said he would release them if they would sign a confession admitting their mistakes and identifying the communists behind them. Then he paused to watch the effect of his words. My mother found his lecturing and his whole attitude insufferable. She stepped forward and said in a loud voice, "Tell us, Commander, what mistake have we made?" The general became irritated. "You were used by the communist bandits to stir up trouble. Isn't that mistake enough?" My mother shouted back, "What communist bandits?" "Our friends died in Tianjin because they had run away from the communists on your advice. Do they deserve to be shot by you? Have we done anything unreasonable?" After some fierce exchanges, the general banged his fist on the table and bellowed for his guards. "Show her around," he said, and then, turning to my mother, "You need to realize where you are." Before the soldiers could seize her, my mother leaped forward and banged her fist on the table. "Wherever I may be, I have not done anything wrong." The next thing my mother knew, she was held tight by both arms and dragged away from the table. She was pulled along a corridor and down some stairs into a dark room. On the far side, she could see a man dressed in rags. He seemed to be sitting on a bench and leaning against a pillar. His head was lolling to one side. Then my mother realized that he was tied to the pillar and his thighs were tied to the bench. Two men were pushing bricks under his heels. Each additional brick brought forth a deep, stifled groan. My mother felt her head was filled with blood, and she thought she heard the cracking of bones. The next thing she knew, she was looking into another room. Her guide, an officer, drew her attention to a man almost next to where they were standing. He was hanging from a wooden beam by his wrists and was naked from the waist upward. His hair hung down in a tangled mess, so that my mother could not see his face. On the floor was a brazier with a man sitting beside it, casually smoking a cigarette. As my mother watched, he lifted an iron bar out of the fire. The tip was the size of a man's fist and was glowing red hot. With a grin, he plunged it into the chest of the man hanging from the beam. My mother heard a sharp scream of pain and a horrible sizzling sound, saw smoke coming from the wound, and could smell the heavy odor of burned flesh. But she did not scream or faint. The horror had aroused in her a powerful, passionate rage which gave her enormous strength and overrode any fear. The officer asked her if she would now write a confession. She refused, repeating that she knew of no communists behind her. She was bundled into a small room which contained a bed and some sheets. There she spent several long days, listening to the screams of people being tortured in rooms nearby, and refusing repeated demands to name names. Then, one day she was taken to a yard at the back of the building, covered with weeds and rubble, and ordered to stand against a high wall. Next to her, a man who had obviously been tortured and could barely stand was propped up. Several soldiers lazily took their positions. A man blindfolded her. Even though she could not see, she closed her eyes. She was ready to die, proud that she was giving her life for a great cause. She heard shots, but felt nothing. After a minute or so, her blindfold was removed and she looked around, blinking. The man who had been standing next to her was lying on the ground. The officer who had taken her down to the dungeons came over, grinning. One eyebrow was raised in surprise that this 17-year-old girl was not a gibbering wreck. My mother told him calmly that she had nothing to confess. She was taken back to her cell. Nobody bothered her, and she was not tortured. After a few more days, she was set free. During the previous week, the communist underground had been busy pulling strings. My grandmother had been to the martial law headquarters every day, weeping, pleading, and threatening suicide. Dr. Shah had visited his most powerful patients, bearing expensive gifts. The family's intelligence connections were also mobilized. Many people had vouched for my mother in writing, saying that she was not a communist, she was just young and impetuous. What had happened to her did not daunt her in the slightest. The moment she came out of prison, she set about organizing a memorial service for the dead students in Tianjin. The authorities gave permission for the service. There was great anger in Jinzhou about what had happened to the young people who had, after all, left on the government's advice. At the same time, the schools hurriedly announced an early end to the term, scrapping examinations, in the hope that the students would go home and disband. At this point, the underground advised its members to leave for the communist-controlled areas. Those who did not want to or could not leave were ordered to suspend their clandestine work. The Kuomintang was clamping down fiercely, and too many operatives were being arrested and executed. Lan was leaving, and he asked my mother to go too, but my grandmother would not allow it. My mother was not suspected of being a communist, she said, but if she left with the communists, she would be. And what about all the people who had vouched for her? If she went now, they would all be in trouble. So she stayed. But she was longing for action. She turned to Yu Wu, the only person left in the city who she knew was working for the communists. Yu Wu did not know Liang or my mother's other contacts. They belonged to different underground systems which operated completely separately, so that if anyone was caught and could not withstand torture, they could only reveal a limited number of names. Jinzhou was the key supply and logistics center for all the Kuomintang armies in the northeast. They numbered over 500,000 men, strung out along vulnerable railway lines and concentrated in a few shrinking areas around the main cities. By the summer of 1948, there were about 200,000 Kuomintang troops in Jinzhou, under several different commands. Chiang Kai-shek had been squabbling with many of his top generals, juggling the commands, which created severe demoralization. The different forces were badly coordinated and often distrusted one another. Many strategists, including his senior American advisors, thought that Chiang should abandon Manchuria completely. The key to any pullout, voluntary or forced by sea or by rail, was the retention of Jinzhou. The city was only 100 miles north of the Great Wall, quite near to China proper, where the Kuomintang position still seemed relatively secure, and it was easily reinforced from the sea. Huludao was only about 30 miles to the south, and was linked by a seemingly secure railway. In spring 1948, the Kuomintang had begun to construct a new defense system around Jinzhou, made of cement blocks encased in steel frames. The communists, they thought, had no tanks and poor artillery and no experience attacking heavily fortified positions. The idea was to ring the city with self-contained fortresses, each of which could operate as an independent unit even if it was surrounded. The fortresses were to be connected by trenches 6 feet wide and 6 feet deep, protected by a continuous fence of barbed wire. The Supreme Commander in Manchuria, General Wei Li Huang, came on an inspection visit and declared the system impregnable, but the project was never finished. Partly due to lack of materials and poor planning, but mainly because of corruption. The man in charge of the construction work siphoned off building materials and sold them on the black market. The workers were not paid enough to eat. By September, when the communist forces began to cut the city off, only a third of the system had been completed. Much of it small, unconnected cement forts. Other parts had been hastily assembled from mud, taken from the old city wall. It was vital for the communists to know about this system and about the disposition of the Kuomintang troops. The communists were building up enormous forces, about 250,000 men, for a decisive battle. The commander-in-chief of all the communist armies, Zhu De, cabled the commander on the spot, Lin Biao, "Take Jinzhou, and the whole Chinese situation is in our hands." Yu Wu's group was asked to provide up-to-date information before the final attack. He urgently needed more hands, and when my mother approached him asking for work, he and his superiors were delighted. The communists had sent some officers into the city in disguise to reconnoiter, but a man wandering around the outskirts alone would immediately attract attention. An amorous couple would be much less conspicuous. By then, Kuomintang rule had made it quite acceptable for young men and women to be seen together in public. Because the reconnaissance officers were male, my mother would be ideal as a girlfriend. Yu Wu told her to be at an appointed place at a particular time. She was to wear a pale blue gown and a red silk flower in her hair. The communist officer would be carrying a copy of the Kuomintang newspaper, the Central Daily, folded into a triangle, and would identify himself by wiping sweat 3 times off the left side of his face and then 3 times off the right. On the appointed day, my mother went to a small temple just outside the old north wall but within the defense perimeter. A man carrying the triangular newspaper came up to her and gave the correct signals. My mother stroked his right cheek 3 times with her right hand, then he stroked her left cheek 3 times with his left hand. Then my mother took his arm, and they walked off. My mother did not understand fully what he was doing, and she did not ask. Most of the time they walked in silence, only talking when they passed someone. The mission passed off without incident. There were to be more. Around the city outskirts and to the railway, the vital communications artery. It was one thing to obtain the information, but it was another to get it out of the city. By the end of July, the checkpoints were firmly shut, and anyone trying to enter or leave was thoroughly searched. Yu Wu consulted my mother, whose ability and courage he had grown to trust. The vehicles of senior officers could go in and out without being searched, and my mother thought of a contact she might be able to use. One of her fellow students was the granddaughter of a local army commander, General G, and the girl's brother was a colonel in their grandfather's brigade. Tajis were a Jinzhou family, with considerable influence. They occupied a whole street, nicknamed G Street, where they had a large compound with an extensive, well-groomed garden. My mother had often strolled in the garden with her friend and was quite friendly with her brother Hui Gei. Hui Gei was a handsome young man in his mid-20s who had a university degree in engineering. Unlike many young men from wealthy, powerful families, he was not a dandy. My mother liked him, and the feeling was mutual. He began to pay social calls on the Shias and to invite my mother to tea parties. My grandmother liked him a lot. He was extremely courteous, and she considered him highly eligible. Soon Huige started to invite my mother out on her own. At first, his sister accompanied him, pretending to be a chaperone, but soon she would disappear with some flimsy excuse. She praised her brother to my mother, adding that he was their grandfather's favorite. She must also have told her brother about my mother, because my mother discovered that he knew a lot about her, including the fact that she had been arrested for her radical activities. They found they had much in common. Huige was very frank about the Kuomintang. Once or twice he tugged at his colonel's uniform and sighed that he hoped the war would end soon so he could go back to his engineering. He told my mother he thought the Kuomintang's days were numbered, and she had the feeling that he was bearing his innermost thoughts. She was certain he was fond of her, but she wondered if there might be political motives behind his actions. She deduced that he must be trying to get a message across to her, and through her to the communists. The message had to be, "I don't like the Kuomintang, and I am willing to help you." They became tacit conspirators. One day my mother suggested that he might surrender to the communists with some troops, which was a fairly common occurrence. He said he was only a staff officer and did not command any troops. My mother asked him to try to persuade his grandfather to go over, but he replied sadly that the old man would probably have him shot if he even suggested it. My mother kept Yu Wu informed, and he told her to cultivate Huige. Soon Yu Wu told her to ask Huige to take her for a trip outside the city in his jeep. They went on such trips 3 or 4 times, and each time when they reached a primitive mud toilet, she said she had to use it. She got out and hid a message in a hole in the toilet wall while he waited in his jeep. He never asked any questions. His conversations became more and more centered on his worries about his family and himself. In a roundabout way, he hinted that the communists might execute him. "I'm afraid I'll soon just be a disembodied soul outside the Western Gate." The Western Heaven was supposed to be the destination of the dead, because it was the site of eternal peace. So the execution ground in Zhenzhou, like most places in China, was outside the Western Gate. When he said this, he would look questioningly into my mother's eyes, clearly inviting contradiction. My mother felt certain that because of what he had done for them, the communists would spare him. Although everything had been implicit, she would say confidently, "Don't think such gloomy thoughts, or I'm sure that won't happen to you." The Kuomintang position continued to deteriorate through the late summer, and not only because of military action, Corruption wreaked havoc. Inflation had risen to the unimaginable figure of just over 100,000% by the end of 1947, and it was to go to 2,870,000% by the end of 1948 in the Kuomintang areas. The price of sorghum, the main grain available, increased 70-fold overnight in Jinzhou. For the civilian population, the situation was becoming more desperate every day, as increasingly more food went to the army, much of which was sold by local commanders on the black market. The Kuomintang High Command was divided over strategy. Chiang Kai-shek recommended abandoning Mukden, the largest city in Manchuria, and concentrating on holding Jinzhou, but he was unable to impose a coherent strategy on his top generals. He seemed to place all his hope on greater American intervention. Defeatism permeated his top staff. By September, the Kuomintang held only 3 strongholds in Manchuria: Mukden, Changchun, the old capital of Manchukuo, sinking, and Jinzhou and the 30 miles of railway track linking them. The communists were encircling all 3 cities simultaneously, and the Kuomintang did not know where the main attack would come. In fact, it was to be Jinzhou, the most southerly of the 3 and the strategic key, because once it fell, the other 2 would be cut off from their supplies. The communists were able to move large numbers of troops around undetected, but the Kuomintang were dependent on the railway, which was under constant attack, and, to a lesser extent, on air transport. The assault on Jinzhou began on 11 September. An American diplomat, John F. Melby, flying to Mukden, recorded in his diary on 23 September. North, along the corridor to Manchuria, the communist artillery was systematically making rubble out of the airfield at Qinchao, Jinzhou. The next day, 24 September, the communist forces moved closer. 24 hours later, Chiang Kai-shek ordered General Wei Li Huang to break out of Mukden with 15 divisions and relieve Jinzhou. General Wei dithered, and by 26 September, the communist had virtually isolated Jinzhou. By 1 October, the encirclement of Jinzhou was completed. Yixin, my grandmother's hometown 25 miles to the north, fell that day. Chiang Kai-shek flew to Mukden to take personal command. He ordered 7 extra divisions to be thrown into the Jinzhou battle, but he was unable even to get General Wei to move out of Mukden until 9 October, 2 weeks after the order had been given, and even then with only 11 divisions, not 15. On 6 October, Chiang Kai-shek flew to Holudao and ordered troops there to move up to relieve Jinzhou. Some did, but piecemeal, and they were soon isolated and destroyed. The communists were getting ready to turn the assault on Jinzhou into a siege. Yu Wu approached my mother and asked her to undertake a critical mission to smuggle detonators into one of the ammunition depots, the one supplying Huiga's own division. The ammunition was stored in a big courtyard, the walls of which were lapped with barbed wire which was reputed to be electrified. Everyone who went in and out was searched. The soldiers living inside the complex spent most of their time gambling and drinking. Sometimes prostitutes were brought in and the officers would hold a dance in a makeshift club. My mother told Huige she wanted to go and have a look at the dancing, and he agreed without asking any questions. The detonators were handed to my mother the next day by a man she had never seen. She put them into her bag and drove into the depot with Huige. They were not searched. When they got inside, she asked Huige to show her around, leaving her bag in the car, as she had been instructed. Once they were out of sight, underground operatives were supposed to remove the detonators. My mother strolled at a deliberately leisurely pace to give the men more time. Huige was happy to oblige. That night, the city was rocked by a gigantic explosion. Detonations went off in chain reactions, and the dynamite and shells lit up the sky like a spectacular fireworks display. The street where the depot had been was in flames. Windows were shattered within a radius of about 50 yards. The next morning, Huige invited my mother over to the G mansion. His eyes were hollow and he was unshaven. He had obviously not slept a wink. He greeted her a little more guardedly than usual. After a heavy silence, he asked her whether she had heard the news. Her expression must have confirmed his worst fears that he had helped to cripple his own division. He said, "There was going to be an investigation. I wonder whether the explosion will sweep my head from my shoulders," he sighed, "or blow a reward my way." My mother, who was feeling sorry for him, said reassuringly, "I am sure you are beyond suspicion. I'm certain you will be rewarded." At this, Huige stood up and saluted her in formal fashion. "Thank you for your promise," he said. By now, communist artillery shells had begun to crash into the city. When my mother first heard the whine of the shells flying over, she was a little frightened. But later, when the shelling became heavier, she got used to it. It became like permanent thunder, a kind of fatalistic indifference deadened fear for most people. The siege also broke down Dr. Xie's rigid Manchu ritual. For the first time, the whole household ate together, men and women, masters and servants. Previously, they had been eating in no less than 8 groups, all having different food. One day, as they were sitting around the table preparing to have dinner, a shell came bursting through the window over the king, where Yulin's 1-year-old son was playing, and thudded to a halt under the dining table. Fortunately, like many of the shells, it was a dud. Once the siege started, there was no food to be had, even on the black market. 100 million Kuomintang dollars could barely buy a pound of sorghum. Like most families who could afford to do so, my grandmother had stored some sorghum and soybeans, and her sister's husband, Loyalty Peo, used his connections to get some extra supplies. During the siege, the family's donkey was killed by a piece of shrapnel, so they ate it. On 8 October, the communists moved almost 250,000 troops into attack positions. The shelling became much more intense. It was also very accurate. The top Kuomintang commander, General Fan Hanje, said that it seemed to follow him wherever he went. Many artillery positions were knocked out, and the fortresses in the uncompleted defense system came under heavy fire, as did the road and railway links. Telephone and cable lines were cut, and the electricity system broke down. On 13 October, the outer defenses collapsed. More than 100,000 Kuomintang troops retreated pell-mell into the center of the city. That night, a band of about a dozen disheveled soldiers stormed into the Shia's house and demanded food. They had not eaten for 2 days. Xia greeted them courteously, and Yulin's wife immediately started cooking a huge saucepan of sorghum noodles. When they were ready, she put them on the kitchen table and went into the next room to tell the soldiers. As she turned her back, a shell landed in the saucepan and exploded, spattering the noodles all over the kitchen. She dived under a narrow table in front of the king. A soldier was ahead of her, but she grabbed him by the leg and pulled him out. My grandmother was terrified. What if he had turned around and pulled the trigger, she hissed once he was out of earshot. Until the very final stage of the siege, the shelling was amazingly accurate. Few ordinary houses were hit, but the population suffered from the terrible fires which the shelling ignited, and there was no water to douse the flames. The sky was completely obscured by thick, dark smoke, and it was impossible to see more than a few yards, even in daytime. The noise of the artillery was deafening. My mother could hear people wailing, but could never tell where they were or what was happening. On 14 October, the final offensive started. 900 artillery pieces bombarded the city non-stop. Most of the family hid in an improvised air raid shelter which they had dug earlier, but Dr. Shaya refused to leave the house. He sat calmly on the king in the corner of his room by the window and prayed silently to the Buddha. At one point, 14 kittens ran into the room. He was delighted. "A place a cat tries to hide in is a lucky place," he said. Not a single bullet came into his room and all the kittens survived. The only other person who would not go down into the shelter was my great-grandmother, who just curled up under the oak table next to the king in her room. When the bat, he ended the thick quilts and blankets covering the table looked like a sieve. In the middle of one bombardment, Yulin's baby son, who was down in the shelter, wanted to have a wee-wee. His mother took him outside, and a few seconds later the side of the shelter where she had been sitting collapsed. My mother and grandmother had to come up and take cover in the house. My mother crouched next to the king in the kitchen, but soon pieces of shrapnel started hitting the brick side of the king and the house began to shake. She ran out into the back garden. The sky was black with smoke. Bullets were flying through the air and ricocheting all over the place, spattering against the walls. The sound was like mighty rain pelting down, mixed with screams and yells. In the small hours of the next day, a group of Kuomintang soldiers burst into the house, dragging about 20 terrified civilians of all ages with them. The residents of the 3 neighboring courtyards. The troops were almost hysterical. They had come from an artillery post in a temple across the street, which had just been shelled with pinpoint accuracy, and were shouting at the civilians that one of them must have given away their position. They kept yelling that they wanted to know who had given the signal. When no one spoke up, they grabbed my mother and shoved her against a wall, accusing her. My grandmother was terrified, and hurriedly dug out some small gold pieces and pressed them into the soldiers' hands. She and Dr. Shaya went down on their knees and begged the soldiers to let my mother go. Yulin's wife said this was the only time she ever saw Dr. Shah looking really frightened. He pleaded with the soldiers. "She's my little girl. Please believe me that she did not do it." The soldiers took the gold and let my mother go, but they forced everyone into 2 rooms at bayonet point and shut them in so they would not send any more signals, they said. It was pitch dark inside the rooms and very frightening, but quite soon my mother noticed that the shelling was decreasing. The noises outside changed. Mixed with the whine of bullets were sounds of hand grenades exploding and the clash of bayonets. Voices were yelling, "Put down your weapons and we'll spare your life." There were blood-curdling shrieks and screams of anger and pain. Then the shots and the shouts came closer and closer, and she heard the sound of boots clattering on the cobblestones as the Kuomintang soldiers ran away down the street. Eventually the din subsided a bit and the Tsies could hear banging on the side gate of the house. Dr. Xie went warily to the door of the room and eased it open. The Kuomintang soldiers had gone. Then he went to the side gate of the house and asked who was there. A voice answered, "We are the People's Army. We have come to liberate you." Dr. Xie opened the gate and several men in baggy uniforms entered swiftly. In the darkness my mother could see that they were wearing white towels wrapped around their left sleeves like armbands and held their guns at the ready, with fixed bayonets. "Don't be afraid," they said. "We won't harm you. We are your army, the People's Army." They said they wanted to check the house for Kuomintang soldiers. It was not a request, though it was put politely. The soldiers did not turn the place upside down, nor did they ask for food or steal anything. After the search they left, bidding the family a courteous farewell. It was only when the soldiers entered the house that it sank in that the communists had really taken the city. My mother was overjoyed. This time she did not feel let down by the communist soldiers' dust-covered torn uniforms. All the people who had been sheltering in the Jaya's house were anxious to get back to their houses to see if they had been damaged or looted. One house had in fact been leveled, and a pregnant woman who had remained there was killed. Shortly after the neighbors left, there was another knock on the side gate. My mother opened it. Half a dozen terrified Kuomintang soldiers stood there. They were in a pitiable state, and their eyes were gnawed by fear. They kowtowed to Dr. Shah and my grandmother, and begged for civilian clothes. The Shahs felt sorry for them and gave them some old clothes which they hurriedly put on over their uniforms and left. At first light, Yulin's wife opened the front gate. Several corpses were lying right outside. She let out a terrified yell and ran back into the house. My mother heard her shriek and went outside to have a look. Corpses were lying all over the street, many of them with their heads and limbs missing, others with their intestines pouring out. Some were just bloody messes. Chunks of flesh and arms and legs were hanging from the telegraph poles. The open sewers were clogged with bloody water, human flesh, and rubble. The battle for Jinzhou had been Herculean. The final attack had lasted 31 hours, and in many ways it was the turning point of the civil war. 20,000 Kuomintang soldiers were killed and over 80,000 captured. No fewer than 18 generals were taken prisoner, among them the supreme commander of the Kuomintang forces in Jinzhou, General Fan Hanjie, who had tried to escape disguised as a civilian. As the prisoners of war thronged the streets on their way to the temporary camps, my mother saw a friend of hers with her Kuomintang officer husband, both of them wrapped in blankets against the morning chill. It was communist policy not to execute anyone who laid down their arms, and to treat all prisoners well. This would help win over the ordinary soldiers, most of whom came from poor peasant families. The communists did not run prison camps. They kept only middle and high-ranking officers, and dispersed the rest almost immediately. They would hold speak bitterness meetings for the soldiers, at which they were encouraged to speak up about their hard lives as landless peasants. The revolution, the communists said, was all about giving them land. The soldiers were given a choice. Either they could go home, in which case they would be given their fare, or they could stay with the communists to help wipe out the Kuomintang so that nobody would ever take their land away again. Most willingly stayed and joined the communist army. Some, of course, could not physically reach their homes with a war going on. Mao had learned from ancient Chinese warfare that the most effective way of conquering the people was to conquer their hearts and minds. The policy toward prisoners proved enormously successful. Particularly after Jinzhou, more and more Kuomintang soldiers simply let themselves be captured. Over 1.75 million Kuomintang troops surrendered and crossed over to the communists during the Civil War. In the last year of the Civil War, Bathi casualties accounted for less than 20% of all the troops the Kuomintang lost. One of the top commanders who had been caught had his daughter with him. She was in an advanced stage of pregnancy. He asked the communist commanding officer if he could stay in Jinzhou with her. The communist officer said it was not convenient for a father to help his daughter deliver a baby and that he would send a woman comrade to help her. The Kuomintang officer thought he was only saying this to get him to move on. Later on, he learned that his daughter had been very well treated, and the woman comrade turned out to be the wife of the communist officer. Policy toward prisoners was an intricate combination of political calculation and humanitarian consideration, and this was one of the crucial factors in the communists' victory. Their goal was not just to crush the opposing army, but, if possible, to bring about its disintegration. The Kuomintang was defeated as much by demoralization as by firepower. The first priority after the battle was cleaning up, most of which was done by communist soldiers. The locals were also keen to help, as they wanted to get rid of the bodies and the debris around their homes as quickly as possible. For days, long convoys of carts loaded with corpses and lines of people carrying baskets on their shoulders could be seen wending their way out of the city. As it became possible to move around again, my mother found that many people she knew had been killed. Some from direct hits, others buried under rubble when their houses had collapsed. The morning after the siege ended, the communists put up notices asking the townspeople to resume normal life as quickly as possible. Shah hung out his gaily decorated shingle to show that his medicine shop was open and was later told by the communist administration that he was the first doctor in the city to do so. Most shops reopened on 20 October, even though the streets were not yet cleared of bodies. 2 days later, schools reopened and offices began working normal hours. The most immediate problem was food. The new government urged the peasants to come and sell food in the city and encouraged them to do so by setting prices at twice what they were in the countryside. The price of sorghum fell rapidly from 100 million Kuomintang dollars for a pound to 2,200. An ordinary worker could soon buy 4 pounds of sorghum with what he could earn in a day. Fear of starvation abated. The communists issued relief grain, salt, and coal to the destitute. The Kuomintang had never done anything like this, and people were hugely impressed. Another thing that captured the goodwill of the locals was the discipline of the communist soldiers. Not only was there no looting or rape, but many went out of their way to demonstrate exemplary behavior. This was in sharp contrast with the Kuomintang troops. The city remained in a state of high alert. American planes flew over threateningly. On 23 October, sizable Kuomintang forces tried unsuccessfully to retake Jinzhou with a pincer movement from Huludao in the northeast. With the loss of Jinzhou, the huge armies around Mukden and Changchun quickly collapsed or surrendered, and by 2 November the whole of Manchuria was in communist hands. The communists proved extremely efficient at restoring order and getting the economy going again. Banks in Jinzhou reopened on 3 December and the electricity supply resumed the next day. On 29 December, a notice went up announcing a new street administration system, with residence committees in place of the old neighborhood committees. These were to be a key institution in the communist system of administration and control. The next day, running water resumed, and on the 31st, the railway reopened. The communists even managed to put an end to inflation, setting a favorable exchange rate for converting the worthless Kuomintang money into communist Great Wall currency. From the moment the communist forces arrived, my mother had been longing to throw herself into working for the revolution. She felt herself to be very much a part of the communist cause. After some days of waiting impatiently, she was approached by a party representative who gave her an appointment to see the man in charge of youth work in Jinzhou, a comrade Wang Yu.